organized by the ICC and OUAT. I request the INPR team to play the national anthem, please. The national anthem, please. Everyone. I request everyone to please take their seats. We take the honor of welcoming the chief guest of today's program, the first citizen of the state, the Honorable Governor of Orissa, and the Chancellor OUAT, Dr. Hari Babu Kambhampati ji. May I request the Vice Chancellor of our university and the Chairman ICC Odisha State Council, Sri Rajiv Sekhar Sahu, to please welcome him and felicitate the chief guest of today's inaugural function. So please. Can we have a big round of applause, please? A historic moment for all of us here. Thank you so much for the honor, sir. May I again request you please welcome and felicitate the guest of honor of today's program, Shri Gokulananda Mallikji, Honorable Minister, Department of Fisheries and Animal Resources Development, MSME, Government of Orissa. Sir, please. Thank you very much for the honor, sir. I would request you now to please welcome and felicitate Shri Sachin Ramchandra Jadhav ji, Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Government of Orissa. Sir, please. We're extremely privileged and honored to have them among us today as distinguished guests for the inaugural session of the summit. Thank you so much for the honor, sir. I would now request Sri Rajiv Sekhar Sahu, Chairman, the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Orissa State Council, to please welcome and felicitate the Vice Chancellor, Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology, Professor Prabhat Kumar Rao, sir. It's an honor to host this program. It's a great honor to jointly organize with the Indian Chamber of Commerce. May I request our volunteers to please May I now request our volunteers to please welcome the convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Sri Sriram Panda. The Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Sri Rajiv Sekhar Sahu. And the co-convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha State Council, Colonel Sujil Mahanti. It's definitely an honor to have among us such distinguished guests on the dais and to host this prestigious program. As we move ahead with the program, may I now request the esteemed guests on the dais to please water the holy plant and mark the green inauguration of the inaugural session of the summit today. I must mention here that we have actually moved on from the traditional lighting of the lamp to watering the holy plant. Nothing is perfect in nature, yet everything is so perfect in nature. Trees can be contorted in beautiful ways, yet they are so beautiful. So nothing can be a better beginning, a more suitable beginning than watering the holy plant for any auspicious occasion to start. With this, as we move ahead with our session today, I would now request Sri Rajiv Shekhar Sahu, Chairman, the ICC Orissa State Council, to please deliver the welcome address. So please.
जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ. It is really a momentous occasion for both ICC and the Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology to have hosted a conference of this type. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Haribabu Kambapati ji, Honorable Governor of Odisha and the first citizen of the state, Sri Gokulananda Malik ji, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Resources Development and MSME. The very dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Prabhat Kumar Raul, my colleague Shriram Panda, Sujan Mohanty, all the distinguished delegates and professors from OUAT, on whom we have very high expectation. Today, we are profoundly honored by the esteemed presence of our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Kambapati ji, the Honorable Governor of Odisha. Your Excellency, your gracious presence here today is a powerful testament to your deep commitment to the development of Odisha. Your vision for a sustainable, progressive, and technology advanced state serves as a guiding light for all of us. We are immensely grateful to you for blessing this summit. We look forward to your valuable insight as we chart a new course for our state's agrarian and technological economy. Sir, I must make a mention here. You have created a new revolution in the state by your gracious and active participation at all levels, from the highest to the grassroots level person. An interaction with you has been a great honor and privilege, especially the kind of knowledge that you carry. You are a professor and also an entrepreneur, which is a rare scene for a person at your level. Sir, we are quite confident under your leadership, the state will move and achieve its objective and become one of the prominent state both in the country and in the world for development of the agrarian economy for the state. And that we are very confident, sir. We are equally privileged to extend a very special and warm welcome to our Honorable Minister. I must add the word, a very friendly and knowledgeable minister who is always standing with the entrepreneurs, the concern for MSMEs, and also with the chambers who are also the pillar and the connect between government and the entrepreneurs. I had the privilege of interacting very informally, and it's a real privilege. In fact, he has echoed his concern for the MSMEs and startup so that the credit flow to these entrepreneurs, there is no bottleneck and constraint. Sir, I can assure you that in very shortly, we are going to have a summit to connect all the bankers and the entrepreneurs. I must make a mention as a former director of a bank that our entrepreneurs many a times suffers in the hands of the banks because there is nobody to challenge them or tell them that here is the entrepreneur who should not suffer because of you people. Credit flow is an obligation for extending, and it's not a mercy that you are showing. So I welcome Sri Gokulananda Malik ji, whose leadership at the helm of MSME and fisheries and animal resources development sector is crucial to driving grassroots entrepreneurship and rural prosperity across Odisha. Sir, we are not interested that there should be limited clusters. We want the MSME should spread across the state, and our major concern of unemployment can only be resolved by large scale and active MSME development. And for that, you are the torch bearer, sir, and I hope your concern and involvement will continue. The proactive governance and dedication of our Honorable Minister is driving the vital state policies that turn industrial potential into reality. Having leaders like you all here today underscores the incredible synergy between Government of Odisha, academic institutions, and industrial bodies working together towards a common goal. In fact, very rarely it is the chamber, the academic institution like OAT, and all the top leadership, they come together, and then only we can find a solution to our problems. On behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce in association with OUAT, I extend once again a very hearty welcome to you. It is my distinct honor to welcome you all to the Food and Agri and Biotech Summit 2026. As we stand here today, many of the academicians may not be very aware because we don't believe in much of advertisement. ICC is a 100-year-old organization, probably one of the oldest institution in the country, formed in 1925, much before the independence, and formed by the leadership of Sri G.D. Birla, when the industry association problems could be raised to the people and decision maker. So founded in 1925 by pioneering industrialists led by Sri G.D. Birla under the close guidance of the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, ICC was born as the first organized voice of indigenous Indian industry, deeply intertwined with our nation's freedom movement. Over the last century, ICC has evolved into a premier national chamber, constantly accelerating India's economic journey from traditional trades to the era of artificial intelligence and biotechnology, where all of you are involved. This landmark centenary is not just a celebration of a glorious legacy, but a living promise. As a national chamber, our commitment is to align directly with India's broader vision of inclusive, sustainable, and global economic superpower. And it is this spirit of a century-long legacy that we bring our national expertise to catalyze the ecosystems in Odisha. In fact, I must make a mention here that it is agriculture which not only feeds us, it is the value addition in agriculture that potential lies with Odisha to become a global leader. We have enough water resources, we have enough land, we need people like you, people like an institution like OUAT to come together to create more entrepreneurs in value addition of the agro products and moving not only to areas of excellence and value addition, but to move from paddy to other areas. Then only we can be a major exporter to the world. Together, we, under the powerful and timely theme, catalyzing Odisha's rise as a national hub for food, agri-tech, and biotech innovation, Odisha is undergoing a massive economic transformation. And while our industrial sectors have historically driven growth, the future of sustainable economic resilience lies right here in our fields, our food processing units, and our biotechnology labs. Agriculture is the backbone of our state, but truly empower our farmers and scale our economy, we must seamlessly bridge the gap between traditional farming and cutting edge technology. Over the course of today's four pillars, we will dissect everything from value chains to biotech innovations, interventions, MSME scaling, and the crucial financial frameworks required to fund this evolution. Our goal today is not just to deliver it, but to walk away with actionable insight and an ICC roadmap that helps shape policy and drives enterprise. I thank His Excellency the Governor of Odisha for, sir, your continuous blessing both for the innovation in the field of biotech and agriculture and to help work academicians and the chamber to make it a sustainable agricultural future for our state. I will also make a mention that for startups, I was talking to the Vice Chancellor, we need to emphasize that we need to create new entrepreneurs. We need to encourage them, support them, and both financially and otherwise, create an environment where the entrepreneurs do not suffer in the hands of unwanted people. We do not want the non-smooth and a easy route for the startups so that their potential can be exhibited. Once again, I thank each one of you for the kind of response. I must make a mention also that Sri Sachin Jadhav, we are all privileged to have him here, and he is one of the very dynamic secretary that we have seen. And I am quite confident that under his guidance and leadership, the agro sector, especially apical, to be more vibrant, and the startups and the MSME in the agro field to get a major boost. Thank you very much. And the ICC agro and food unit of ICC has done a marvelous job. I must request all of you to give a round of applause for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the warm welcome. We are definitely honored and privileged by the gracious presence of the esteemed guests on the dais. Invoking Lord Jagannath at the very outset of the program for divine blessings has definitely set a positive tone for the session ahead. With such an encouraging start, we are confident that the summit will be both insightful and productive. Let us carry this energy forward as we begin our journey today, a journey of learning, collaboration, and growth. We are sure everyone's active participation will make this program significantly impactful. With this, as we move ahead, I would now request Shri Sriram Panda, Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Orissa State Council, to please deliver the address. Sir, please.
Good morning, all. Honorable Governor, sir. I am Sriram Panda. I am the convener for Food and Agri Committee, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Honorable Minister, sir. Honorable Secretary, sir. All the distinguished faculties and the entrepreneurs who are here. Good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Food and Agri Business Summit 2026. Today, we gather not merely to discuss agriculture, food processing, biotechnology, but to chart a roadmap of Odisha transformation into one of the leading and innovation hub. This has been the strength of Odisha. We have been a resilient society. We know how to overcome in knowledge economy. Knowledge has been our strength. And this was evident by the initiative taken by Governor House with the leadership of Governor Sir. I think today we'll see how his small visions have transformed into a very good set of books which are very useful for entrepreneurs. Agriculture has been the backbone of Odisha. Almost 60% of our population directly, indirectly depends on them. And however, future of agriculture cannot be determined by only production, but it will be determined by productivity, value addition, technology, biotechnology driven solutions, and market integration. So that is where this integrated concept of FAB, food, agri, and biotech came, because we are always working in silos. So I think Honorable VC sir of OUAT and all came up with the idea. Okay, first time we will do an integrated approach where the leaders in biotechnology, the leaders in agriculture, the leaders in food technology, and also the policy holders like bankers and others can come together and deliberate for some actionable agenda. The world is moving rapidly. We are seeing it's changing very fast, but the leadership of the country are in steady hands. Today, we are coming with climate agriculture, climate smart agriculture, precision farming, biotechnology enabled solutions, sustainable food systems, and Odisha must position itself. The world is changing at a very rapid pace, and we are at the cusp of a very big revolution. And fortunately, we have very powerful leadership with us. What my chairman sir told, that is true. One big clap for Governor sir and his effort, because I have always seen as a young entrepreneur also, whenever I have gone and met him, sir has always blessed and has always been a source of motivation, which is very, very required for us. Because sir, for us as the first citizen of Odisha, once you say, yes, Odisha is a potential place, you please go forward, that gives us the boost for working hard. And also our honorable minister sir has been a source of strong innovation support for us. As MSME minister, I think he has been traveling around the Odisha. He has gone to many places and he has been to small units also to understand the issue. That is also something which is a big motivation for us. So entrepreneurs are a very lonely set of people. We work with a lot of challenges. So basically we look forward some kind of motivation, some kind of encouragement, and this kind of support or guidance or a leadership is quite supportive to us. And our honorable secretary Yadav sir has also been a very inspirational and motivation person. So we are looking forward to see sir's leadership. Agriculture, food, agri, and all spaces would be transformed. My submission to is, together we can build Odisha that is not only for food security, food prosperity, but also known for innovations and good products. See, this time the world is looking forward. There is a big change in the world. China and all the supply chains which have been established are shaking. It's a very, very big opportunity for India to come up, and especially Odisha, because our physical discipline is very good. Whatever government can promise in terms of we give you as a support can be provided. And Odisha has a moderate population. Odisha has a very strong base, especially for food, agri, and biotech. Other sectors, I think other people will be better knowing that. But for the sector of food, biotech, and agri tech, this is the right time. So I would request whoever are here, please take advantage. This can
I would now take the privilege of requesting and inviting the Vice Chancellor, Orissa University of Agricultural Technology, Professor Prabhat Kumar Raula, sir, to please address the House. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Honorable Governor of Odisha and Honorable Chancellor OUAT, Dr. Hari Babu Kambhampati ji, the Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Animal Resource Development and MSME Government of Odisha, Sri Gokulananda Malik ji, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Government of Odisha, Sri Sachin Ramchandra Jadavji, Chairman, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha State Council, Sri Rajiv Shekhar Sahuji, Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee of Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha State Council, Sri Sriram Pandaji, who is a man from IT industry, but might have fallen in love with the agri industries. Co-convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Colonel Sujan Mahanti, Deans, Directors, Registrar, Comptroller, faculty members, professors of OUAT, officials of Indian Chamber of Commerce, Government of Odisha, senior officials, invited agri entrepreneurs, industry representatives, startups, resource persons, bankers and investors, participants and guests. My dear students, as I see, they are from OUAT, SOA University, Centurion University, Meets University, Dreams University. Maybe some of them might be invisible to me. And also who are present physically. Apart from that, the students of OUAT from Sambalpur, Barampur and Bhavanipatna campus are connected virtually, representative of print and electronic media. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology, Bhubaneswar, I do extend a warm welcome to this lone farm university of the state. I express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Governor of Odisha and our Honorable Chancellor for his gracious presence in this Food and Agri Biotech Summit 2026. Sir, we are really thankful for your keen interest in transforming Odisha's agricultural sector through industrialization, value addition, and agri entrepreneurship. I extend hearty welcome to Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Animal Resource Development, MSME, Government of Odisha, Sri Gokulananda Malikji, to OUAT. I welcome the Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Government of Odisha, and all esteemed delegates to this summit. This summit is an attempt to bring together the policymakers, agro-industrialists, academia experts, startups, farmer-producer organizations, and investors to a single platform to co-create actionable pathways for transforming the food, agri-tech, and biotech sectors of Odisha. I sincerely thank ICC Odisha State Council for partnering with OUAT for this noble initiative. Agriculture is the backbone of Odisha's economy, supporting over 60% of the population and employing nearly half of the workforce. The agriculture and allied sectors contribute 19% to the state gross value added. Livestock and fisheries are emerging as a driving sectors, registering remarkable growth. Odisha is the national leader in production of straw mushroom and sweet potato, second largest producer of jackfruit, third largest producer of cashew, fourth largest producer of fish and shrimp, and sixth largest producer of coconut. Our contribution to national spice and flour production is 5% and 3% respectively. These encouraging production statistics open up ample opportunities for establishment of agro-based industries which can transform the state's economy and significantly enhance employment, rural development, and impart food and nutritional security. Blessed with diverse agroclimatic zones, 10 agroclimatic zones, and a long coastline of 575 kilometers, Odisha has a significant potential in horticulture, fisheries, livestock, and cash crops. Under the food processing sector, rice mills dominated the scenario, followed by cashew and marine product processing. Dairy and spices processing are also gaining momentum. However, the sectors which need more attention are processing and value addition of mango, banana, jackfruit, bale, and sweet potato, as well as processed dairy products like cheese, flavored milks, and yogurt. There is huge scope for development and standardization of traditional and heritage foods of Odisha to bring them into limelight, be it Similipal honey, Chilika fish, Koraput coffee and ginger, or Kandhamal turmeric. The state drivers agroclimatic conditions offer a wide range of opportunities in both agro and food processing industries and can make Odisha a processed food export hub in eastern India. OUAT, being the lone farm university of this agrarian state, strives to be with the farming community for their moral and economic upliftment. Happy to share that during 39th and 40th convocation, two lady practicing farmers have been conferred with honorary doctorate degree by this university. It is well said, Banije Vasati Lakshmi Tadardha Kursi Karmani. Agri business is the gateway to economic development of the farming community. As per the kind advice of Honorable Chancellor, OUT has prepared the Handbook of Agri Business in Odisha in 5 volumes, embodying the project profiles of agri-based enterprises. These volumes are the volume 1, commercial crops, volume 2, fisheries, volume 3, animal science, volume 4, farm mechanization, volume 5, processing and value addition. Besides, the book on crop contingency plan 2026, looking at the deficit rainfall scenario in this year's monsoon, are also ready, and these publications await release by Honorable Governor and esteemed guest on dais. I wish the deliberation and the discussions in the technical session will throw light on newer directions in the sector and will come up with suitable solutions for an agrarian transformation of Odisha. Long live industry academia linkage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have very rightly pointed out the agribusiness is the gateway to economic development, and giant development in agro-based industries will definitely open up myriad opportunities for rural employment and growth. The state is at a promising junction with enormous natural resources, a responsive policy framework, and a fast-growing entrepreneurial spirit. We are sure Orissa is destined to become a hotspot, a leading center for agribusiness, and institutions like Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology and the Indian Chamber of Commerce have a very big role to play. So we are sure this summit has been very, very timely as far as the need of the hour is concerned, and we are sure it would create awareness among the stakeholders and encourage agri-entrepreneurs as well as facilitate research in agriculture. With this, may I now take the privilege of inviting and requesting Shri Sachin Ramchandra Jadhav ji, IAS, Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Farmers Empowerment, to please deliver his address. Sir, please.
Thank you, Madam. Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. Honorable Governor of Odisha and Honorable Chancellor OUAT, His Excellency Dr. Hari Bapu Khambhampati ji, Honorable Minister, Fisheries and Animal Resources Development and MSME, Shri Gokulananda Madik ji, Vice Chancellor OUAT, Professor Raul, Chairman ICC, Odisha State Council, Shri Rajiv Sahu, Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Shri Ram Panda, Co-Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Colonel Mohanty, officials of OUAT and ICC, agri entrepreneurs, participants, stakeholders present here, my dear students, representatives of print and electronic media. In this joint platform of academia, policymakers, and industry leaders, if anybody has the most important and most crucial role to play, I believe it is the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. And I'm really privileged to be here. I thank the Council, Odisha State Council ICC, for inviting me here. I congratulate OUAT and ICC for organizing this meet. The agro-food industry in Odisha is in transformative stage. Now, the earlier we bring this transformation, the better service we can make to the state. Traditionally, we are dominated by farming and primary processing. And we need to aggressively push towards value addition, market linkage, and attracting large-scale investments. We have diverse agromatic climatic zones, long coastline, and we have significant potential in horticulture, fisheries, livestock, and cash crops. Our food processing policy 2022 is a key driver aiming to make Odisha a hub for food processing in Eastern India, increasing its food processing level dramatically from a very low base, about 0.7% of produce processed, to 25%. And our government has brought in a cold storage policy in 2024, aiming to establish one cold storage in each subdivision of the state. Under the creation of infrastructure for agro-processing clusters (APC) scheme, 558 food processing units have been sanctioned so far in Odisha. Of these, 283 units are completed, and the rest are under process with a total project cost of about 9,000 crore rupees, of which close to 7,000 crore rupees is private investment, and others, the rest of is grant in aid from the government. There are 66 RMCs, 428 subyards, 53 principal markets, 66 e-nam mandis, and 152 FPOs under the Odisha State Agriculture Marketing Board for marketing of agriculture produce. There are also more than 200 Mission Shakti Bazaar and 30 millet value chain by SHGs. About 150 FPOs are registered under Small Farmer Agribusiness Consortia of India. In our state, more than 31 lakh householders have been covered under different farm livelihood interventions such as agriculture, horticulture, livestock and pisciculture, promoting sustainable agriculture practices. I believe supportive government policies require technical support from academia, industry forum, and this will definitely transform Odisha as a leader in agro-processing sector. This meet will come out with tangible solutions for the agri startups venturing into agri-processing sector. I am sure of that I will look forward for the proceedings of this particular meet, and we will attempt to include those in the policy making of the agriculture sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely privileged by the overwhelming presence of students of many different universities here, especially the Apex University of the state, Utkal University, and many other universities that our Honorable Vice Chancellor has already mentioned. Is definitely a great honor and privilege to host this function in association with the Indian Chamber of Commerce. I once again welcome everyone here to the inaugural session of the program. With this, may I now request the dignitaries on the dais to please release the publications. We have released 5 volumes of the Agribusiness Handbook with the kind words of blessings from the Honorable Governor as the preface of this book. Volume 1 is Crop Production, encompassing agronomy and horticulture. This includes establishment of integrated farming systems, soil testing lab, vermicompost units, mushroom production, etc. The second is the fishery science that includes various aspects of establishing commercial fish production and processing units. The second is on the fishery sciences. The third is on the animal science, which includes basic information on the establishment of dairy unit. The fourth is on agriculture engineering, and the fifth on processing and value addition. It was a privilege for releasing this handbook on agribusiness. With this, as we move ahead with our program, may I now request the guest of honor of today's inaugural session, Shri Gokulananda Mallikji, Honorable Minister, Department of Fisheries and Animal Resources Development, MSME, Government of Orissa, to please address the House. Sir, please.
जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ। ओडिशा कृषि और वैषयिक विद्यालय एवं इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स मिलित सहयोग आयोजित फूड एग्री एंड बायोटेक समिट 2026 आज बरेण्य अतिथि मुख्य अतिथि माननीय राज्यपाल ओडिशा डॉक्टर हरिबाबू कंबपाटी महोदय आम गहन में उपस्थित अच्छा ओडिशा कृषि वैषयिक विद्यालय कुलपति प्रोफेसर प्रभात कुमार राहुल महोदय, कमिशनर कम सेक्रेटरी DAFE श्री सचिन रामचंद्र यादव महाशय, फूड एग्री बायोटेक समिट आवाहक जहाँ आज भव्य दिव्य कार्यक्रम होइछि श्रीराम पंडा महोदय, इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स ओडिशा स्टेट काउंसिल अध्यक्ष राजीव बाबू, आमर कर्नेल सुजन महांती महाशय अच्छा, गणमाध्यम प्रतिनिधि माने विभिन्न राज्यर विभिन्न कोण अनुकूल आसीथिबा आमर स्टार्टअप इंटरप्रेन्योर समस्त को आज भव्य दिव्य कार्यक्रम को स्वागत करुच्ची। मीडिया बंधु मान को मध्य स्वागत जनाऊँची। बंधुगण निश्चित भाव में कार्यक्रम बहुत सुंदर गोटे वर्तमान फूड बायो एग्री एवं बायोटेक समिति द्वारा आयोजित एक कार्यक्रम आज आमको समस्त को ये एकत्रित करिपारिछि। आर मूल लक्ष्य होची ओडिशार खाद्य कृषि और जैविक प्रजुक्ति भली विभिन्न अर्थनीतिर नुआ रूपरेख आनिबा। आमर जो पुराना काल रे जो चाष होउथिला विभिन्न प्रोडक्ट होउथिला ताकू वर्तमान नुआ ज्ञान कौशल माध्यम रे लैंड टू लैब आमे सीधा चाष जमीरु ताकू लैब को नहीं किपरि संरक्षित करवा एवं वैल्यू एडिशन करवा आज वर्तमान मूल लक्ष्य। तेणु बंधुगण आमे समस्ते जानिचंती ओडिशा एक कृषि प्रधान राज्य एवं 70 रु 80% लोक एथिरे जीवन जीविका निर्वाह करती। ताकू जदि आमे देखिबा आज सरकार रो विभिन्न नीति विभिन्न योजना आज विशेष करी कृषि रो विकास करबा पई आज सरकार तत्परबद्ध। आमर मान्यवर यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मध्य देखुथिबे आज वर्तमान जो विकसित भारत 2047 विकसित ओडिशा 2036 गठन करिवारे कृषि कृषक को केमती विकास करा जिवो प्रथम थर करी आज भारत वर्ष रे जो कृषि संकल्प यात्रा करागला वैज्ञानिक माने सीधा सड़क गाँव रो जमी को जाइथिले आपण माने समस्त जो माने अछंती अनुभव करुथिबे तार मान निरूपण करिवा जमीर को भली प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ी पारिबो एवं विशेष करी आमे ध्यान देवा दरकार जैविक पद्धति रे उत्पादन वृद्धि करिवा जहा फलर कि आज जो कथा आमे कहूचे समस्त वर्तमान आज चिंता बढ़ाई मानव सभ्यता पाई। यदि मानव सभ्यता इतिहास होची कृषि तथापि जे देखिबा आज 2026 मसीह ठिया होई आमे जेतेबेले भविष्यत को देखुचे सेतेबेले विश्व आगरे दुईटी बड़ आह्वान आम आगरे ठिया होईची। प्रथमटी होची क्रमवर्धित जनसंख्या एवं खाद्य सुरक्षा, द्वितीयटी होची जलवायु परिवर्तन बा क्लाइमेट चेंज। आपण माने समस्त चिंता करंतु आम माने समस्त अछंती परिवेश सुरक्षा पाई आमर यत्न हेबा दरकार। आमे आज विकास अभिमुख होचे आधुनिक विभिन्न प्रकार जंत्रपाति फर्टिलाइजर को यूटिलाइज करूचे जहा फल कि आमर प्रोडक्शन वृद्धि होची किंतु आमर भविष्यत मध्य अंधार आड़ को चली जाउची। आपण माने देखुथिबे जलवायु परिवर्तन सबु गोटे विश्व रे गोटे बड़ चैलेंज आज हेची मानव सभ्यता पाई। यदि जलवायु परिवर्तन को आमे न रोकिबा क्लाइमेट को आमे यदि सुरक्षा न देबा तार सुरक्षा आमे न करिबा आमर भविष्यत पीढ़ींकर भविष्यत निश्चित भाव अंधार हो। आज आपण माने देखुचंती केते डिग्री 46 डिग्री 47 डिग्री वर्तमान टेम्परेचर आमे अनुभव करूचे। आर कारण कौन आज आपण माने चिंता कर जो कथा कि लेखा अछि जल बहुले सृष्टिनाश जल विहुने सृष्टिनाश। जेतेबेले आपणकर क्लाइमेट पूरा जदि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हे जिवो आपण माने चिंता करंतु जो बरफ जो माने अछंती पहाड़ जो माने अछि बरफ जाक तरल जीव एकाथरे तरल जीव ताहले कोन होई जिवो जलमग्न होई जिवो चिरस्रोता नदी गुडा करे बन्या बात्यार अधिक आसीबो तापर धीरे धीरे सुखी गला पर शुष्क होई जिवो जाकि मानव सभ्यता जो नदी तटरे गढ़ी उठिछि मानव सभ्यता पतन आड़कू गति करिवो। तेणु ताकू आमे निश्चित भाव में बंचेबा दरकार। तेणु आमर कथा आमे आधुनिकता अपणेबा जे आमको आधुनिकता भी दरकार अच्छी प्रोडक्टिविटी भी दरकार अच्छी सभ्यता बा आम संस्कृति मानव सभ्यता मध्य बंची रहिबार आवश्यक अच्छी। जो कथा कि हमें विरासत भी चाहिए विकास भी चाहिए। विरासत आमर संस्कृति आमर परंपरा आमर इतिहास आमर परिवेश सबको मध्य आमे सुरक्षा देवार आवश्यक रही। आज तापाई जो कथा कहूचे आमे मु सब बेले कहे आमे वर्तमान 5J को आपणेबा दरकार। 5J कौन जलर सुरक्षा करवा दरकार जरे जंगल सुरक्षा करवा दरकार जंतुर सुरक्षा करवा दरकार जमीर सुरक्षा करवा दरकार तापर आसिला जनमानस बा जनसाधारण सुरक्षा मध्य आवश्यक रही। तेणु प्रत्येक समस्त को समस्ते परिपूरक ही आज आमे गढ़ी उठुचे एवं परिपूरकता भाव में आमको आग को जीवाकू पड़िबो जे आमर परिवेश आमर आध्यात्मिक आधुनिकता सबको लक्ष्य करवा। जो कथा कि आज आमे निश्चित भाव में युव मानस भितर उंकी मारिची जे आमे केमती आगु को जीवा आमे केमती बड़ लोक हेबा ना कि भल पैसा कमेवा ठीक अच्छे सेटा भी अर्थर आवश्यक बिना अर्थर किछि करि परिबा नाही किंतु आज देखिया जदि कृषि भित्तिक कथा एटे राहुल बाबू सबले कहती तांकर मोर कंपटीशन चले कुलपति मोर कहीं ना मु जहा कहवाकू भाभी से सब कहीदेवे आज ओडिशा रे अपार संभावना राज्य हूँ ओडिशा जो कथा से कहले एटे लंका कथा कहले एटे काजू कथा कहले एटी वर्तमान आपनकर कॉफी कथा आमको एमती गोटे राज्य रे आमे जन्म ग्रहण करिसे आमे गर्व अनुभव करबा कथा जोटा ओडिया सबुठो बढ़िया एवं आमर खाद्य सबुठो बढ़िया आपण मान देखिबे आमर पखाल कहीं आपण भारत वर्ष छाड़ू पृथ्वीर आम पखाल सहित को राज्य बा कंट्री खाद्य किसी ता सहित अच्छी सामंजस्य हो पारिबो कि ता तुलना करि परिबे कि किए करि परिबे नाही आज विश्व पखाल दिवस मध्ये पालन करा जाउछि नै कि तेणु आमे ओडिया भाबरे गर्व आम पाखरे अपार संभावना एटी प्राकृतिक संपद भरपूर रही एटी 575 किलोमीटर कोस्टाल लाइन आम पाखे रही माने आज जे देखिबा भल जमी भल जल विभिन्न परिवेश विभिन्न प्रकार कथा आम पाखरे रही किंतु आमे ताकू सदुपयोग करने सहित आमर इच्छा शक्ति हेबा दरकार जे आमे आकू उपयोग करी सदुपयोग करी आमे आगु को जीवा पाई वर्तमान आमको समय आसी तेणु ताकू मध्य सरकार तापे अनेक वर्तमान फूड प्रोसेसिंग जो कथा आमे कहिबा फूड प्रोसेसिंग रे वर्तमान सरकारंकर नीति सरकारंकर विभिन्न सहयोग रही आपण मान जानिथिबे 4 कोटी टंका पर्यंत आज आमे फूड प्रोसेसिंग रे बा 30 रु 35% आज आम सब्सिडी दौचे एवं आमर जोटा पीएम एफएम पीएम इजीपी माध्यम मध्य युववर्ग महिला जो एसएचजी ग्रुप अच्छी से आज आम स्वावलंबी करिवारे मध्य आज सरकार पूरा स्तंभ भाव में ठिया होती कार्य को त्वरान्वित करुँच आज सिंगल विंडो माध्यम सहजरे सुविधारे केमती जड़े इंटरप्रिनर बनी पारिबो केमती जड़े स्टार्टअप बनी पारिबो तापाई मध्य सरकार अनेक सुविधा करुँच नीड बेस टू आरंभ करी आसीतान पर्यंत समस्त कथा ये अनेक समय लगे से विषय कहवाई आज आपण मैंने देखिए आम सरकार आसिला परे 2 वर्ष भितर आम 1000 रु 1100 स्टार्टअप नुआ स्टार्टअप आम कर सारूँ जोटा कि 2016 रु स्टार्टअप आरंभ होता से मात्र जोटा कि 1800-1700 करते आज आम 3000 पाखापाखि स्टार्टअप ओडिशा रे नुआ युव वर्ग मान को आज युवक मान को आज आम ठिया कर सारूँ आर मूल लक्ष्य होची जे आमर युवक माने एंटरप्रेन्योर बनंतु आम युवक मान भितर कौन प्रकार स्किल रो अभाव नहीं आमर एठी विश्वकर्मा भी अभाव नहीं कि धर्मपदर भी अभाव नहीं किंतु इच्छा शक्तिर आवश्यक रही आज सरकार को नीति नियम आज सब प्रकार जे केवल एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर नुहति आज एमएसएमई सेक्टर जदि आपण मान देखिए आज आम एमएसएमई रे मध्य अनेक सुविधा आनीचु एमएसएमई पार्क तैयारी करबा एकता मॉल करबा वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट करबा वैल्यू एडिशन करबा एवं सेमानकर केमती महिला ग्रुप मानको गाँ हाट तैयारी करबा प्रत्येक पंचायत रे गाँ हाट मध्य करबा एवं आमर जो देशीय बा आमर निजस्व जो रही खाद्य ताकू आमे विश्व दरबार रे केमती प्रतिष्ठित करबा आज आपण मान जानी खुशी हेबे एटी गवर्नर महाशय कहूतिले जे तांकर जो वर्तमान फिश प्रोडक्शन रे आज आम फिश प्रोडक्शन रे चतुर्थ राज्य भाव में उभा होइछे एवं तांकर मार्गदर्शन माननीय गवर्नर मार्गदर्शन फल आज आम जो बैकिस्ट वाटर 2 किलोमीटर पर्यंत आम करुथिले चिंगुड़ी चाष वर्तमान 10 किलोमीटर पर्यंत करिबा पाई आसंता 12 तारिख रे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ताकू कैबिनेट रे मध्य पास करिबा पाई मंजूरी करिबा पाई प्रस्ताव देई सारिचंती तेणु आज जदि आम देखा जे फूड प्रोसेसिंग माने आम भावुचे एग्री बेस किंतु आम पाखे रही डायरी रही फिशरी रही पोल्ट्री रही एथिरे जदि आम आत्मनिर्भर होगा पड़े जोटा कथा आम चिंता करुचे जे आमे गोटे सेल्फ श्रेष्ठ ओडिशा बा विकसित ओडिशा गठन करवा तार मुख्य हूँ आम प्रथमे सबुथिरे सेल्फ सफिशिएंट होगा दरकार आम जो सेल्फ सफिशिएंट नहबा आत्मनिर्भर नहबा अंडा पाई आंध्र को निर्भर करिया माछ पाई ताकू निर्भर करिवा आलू पाई ताकू निर्भर करिवा ताहाले विकसित राज्य स्वप्न देखिबा हम भाबुची भूल हम तेणु विकसित राज्य बा श्रेष्ठ राज्य गठन करने केवल सरकार दायित्व नुह ये हूँ सामाजिक समस्त नागरिक मानकर मध्य दायित्व रही ओडिशा को एक विकसित श्रेष्ठ राज्य परिणत करने तेणु श्रेष्ठ राज्यर संज्ञा मु भावुची मो मतरे आमको प्रथम सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हेबा को पड़िबो। आज सरकार आपण को एग्री बेस रे पेडी रे इठे हमर सेक्रेटरी यादव बाबू बसिचंती पेडी रे आमे धान एमएससी वृद्धि करदेले 3100 टंका आमे देई देले चासी मानकर अर्थनैतिक अभिवृद्धि हैला किंतु आमर जो सबु प्रकार डाली जातीय शस्य उत्पादन हवा आवश्यक रही जो आम कहे इनक्लूसिव बा आम इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग हेबार सबु प्रकार फार्मिंग करवा जे खाली पेडी 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 वर्तमान धान रखिबा मध्य आम पाखे जगह सफिशिएंट नहीं तेणु आमको मिलित भाव जोटा कि आगुरी आम करूले चाष सहित माछ चाष कुकुड़ा चाष आम विभिन्न प्रकार डायरी फार्म आज अनेक सुजोग रही आज आपण मान जानिथिबे मुख्यमंत्री जो कामधेनु योजना रही एवं मुख्यमंत्री कृषि उद्योग योजना एथिरे आज युवा वर्ग मान एठी सेक्रेटरी जानिछन्ती हमर शुभ्रांशु मिश्र मध्य अछंती हमर आपिकल रो एई वर्ष आमे 4000 रु अधिक युवक युवती मानकु सेथिरे मुख्यमंत्री कृषि उद्योग योजना रे 1 कोटी टंका पर्यंत सब्सिडी देई तांको आमे आत्मनिर्भर करि पारिचे एंटरप्रेन्योर बनै पारिचे तेणु आमर युवक माने जो माने अछंती आपण माने बहुत एठी एंटरप्रेन्योर बसिचंती आपण माने मध्य समस्त प्रकार आज 117 प्रकार योजना रही जोटा कि मुख्यमंत्री कृषि उद्योग योजना रे आमे काम करूचे आज आपण मानकु युवक मानकु मो आह्वान करी आमे चाकरी पछरे न दौड़ी चाकरी देवार व्यवस्था करबा आमे आत्मनिर्भर हवा आज आपण मान देखंतु सरकार को नीति सरकार को नियम सरकार को प्रोत्साहन जोगु आपणकर किछि दिन तळे कौन होता ना लोक मैंने सीधा सहराभिमुखी होते सहर को रोजगार पर दौड़ी आसुले किंतु आज आम नूतन सरकार आसिला परे युवक युवती माने वर्तमान गाँव को जाइकरी फार्मिंग करने मुख्यमंत्री कृषि उद्योग योजना रे विभिन्न प्रकार प्रोडक्ट जो एग्री प्रोडक्ट करने आज से अत्यंत सुजोग आसी जाइए तेणु से सुजोग को आम व्यवहार करवा ओडिशा को तथा आम भारत वर्ष को जो श्रेष्ठ देश श्रेष्ठ राज्य रे परिणत करने आम प्रथमे निजे सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हवा प्रत्येक क्षेत्र को आज सरकार आज करुचंदी जो कथा मु कहूली माननीय प्रधानमंत्री विकसित भारत 2047 संकल्प केवल एक जातीय लक्ष्य नुह प्रत्येक राज्यर दायित्व मु दृढ़तार सहित कहवाक चाहे विकसित भारत यात्रा विकसित ओडिशा हेबा आपणकर शक्तिशाली इंजिन जोटा कि आमे ग्रोथ इंजिन कथा कहूचे ओडिशा तार मंग धरिब एवं आग को मो विकसित भारत रे से निश्चित भाव में भाग नेब आज आपण मानकु मु कहूतिले एटे अपार संभावना जोटे राहुल जी मध्य कहूतिले 575 किलोमीटर बेलाभूमि विपुल कृषि और मत्स्य संपद प्रतिभाशाली सबुठ होचे आम पाखरे प्रतिभाशाली युवा शक्ति अछंती आपण मान देखुथिबे प्रधानमंत्री तांकर गोटे थर कहूतिले ओडिशा रे जेतेबेले आसीथिले इलेक्शन प्रचार बेले जे ओडिशा को से काहे की भल पांती एठी जो स्किल जो प्रतिभाशाली युवक बा लोक एवं एथिर आमर लोक अत्यंत मेहनती एवं अत्यंत विश्वासी ओडिशावासी आज आपण मान देखिबे भारत वर्ष तथा भारत बाहर मध्य विभिन्न जो बड़ बड़ इंडस्ट्री रही कंपनी रही तार मुखिया जड़े किए ओडिया होइतिबो तेणु एटा होची आम पई गोटे गर्वर कथा आमे गर्व अनुभव करबा कथा तेणु आसंतु आमे समस्ते मिसिबा ए जो विकसित ओडिशा विकसित राज्यर स्वप्न को आमे साकार करबा ता पई आपण जो खाद्य प्रक्रियाकरण रे मु कहूतली आपण को आज आम पाखरे सिंगल विंडो माध्यम रे 35 रु 30 रु 35% पर्यंत खाद्य प्रक्रियाकरण करबा पई सब्सिडी व्यवस्था रही एवं ताहा मध्य 4 कोटी टंका पर्यंत आमे देबार व्यवस्था करिछु जणे एंटरप्रेन्योर चाहिए तार जो प्लांट मशीनरी ऊपर 4 कोटी टंकार सब्सिडी मध्य आमे देउछु तेणु आपणकर आउ गोटे कथा मु आपनको कहि मोर वक्तव्य मु शेष करबी आज सिंगल विंडो व्यवस्था ऑनलाइन आवेदन को द्रुत करा जाइछि द्रुत गति रे ताकू प्रक्रियाकरण माध्यम उद्यमी स्थापन करबा पाई उद्योक्ता मान को प्रोत्साहन करबा पाई आज गुणात्मक कृषि रप्तानी कथा कहंतु बाजार सहित तांको संयोग करबा कथा कहंतु आधुनिक परीक्षागार कथा कहंतु बा रप्तानी सहित तांको जोड़िबा एई कथा को मध्य आज सरकार गुरुत्वर सहित ग्रहण करुचंती तार लंबा चिठा समय लागिबो तेणु बंधुगण आज जे देखिबा आमर युवक युवती मान को आत्मनिर्भर करबा पई पीएमजीपी पीएमएफएम भली स्कीम गुडी को आज आमे प्राथमिकता देइचे एवं ताकू 35% पर्यंत मध्य सब्सिडी देबार व्यवस्था करिचे आज आपण देखिबे जदि पीएमएफएम रे जो माइक्रो स्मॉल फूड प्रोसेसिंग रे आज आपण मान देखिबे एई योजना रे आमे पाखा पाखी 9541 जन महिला को मध्य एई वर्ष आमे जोड़ी पारिचु एवं तांकू 31 कोटी टंकार सब्सिडी बा सीड मनी आमे तांकू मध्य देई सारिचु एवं 2950 जन को उद्योगी प्रशिक्षण प्रदान मध्य करिचु एवं 2329 उद्योगी को 224 कोटी टंकार ऋण मध्य आज मंजूर करा जायछि एटे अनेक बंधु माने कहूथिले जे बैंकर्स भाई माने मध्य अछंती बैंकर्स बंधु माने आज केमती सहजरे सुविधार सिंगल विंडो हैला परे बैंकर्स माने केमती तांकर ऋण प्रदान करा जिवो एवं एमएसएमई एवं आम सेक्टर रे आमे प्रत्येक गोटी गोटी करी देखुछु जे को जिल्ला रे को ब्लॉक रे केतटा पेंडिंग रहिछि बैंक पाखरे एवं काहे के पेंडिंग रहिछि तांको मध्य शोकज करा जिवो एवं जिल्लापाल माने मध्य प्रति मासरे ताकू रिव्यू करूचंती जे आमर उद्योगी माने जो माने नुआ उद्योगी आसुचंती समान हताश न हुंतु समानकू तांकर मनोबल भांगी न जाऊ तांकू सहजर सुविधा रे केमते बैंकर्स माने मध्य देबे लोन देबे सेति पई मध्य सरकार प्रयत्न करूचंती तेणु बंधुगण जदि आज हम देखिबा जे आईरो जो स्वप्न कथा हम कहूतली मोर स्वप्न नुह सरकारंकर स्वप्न नुह समस्तंकर स्वप्न हेबा दरकार स्वप्नर ओडिशा किभली हेबा दरकार 2036 2047 बेलू मोर ओडिशा केमिति हबो एठी आमे समस्त चिंता करिबा दरकार सेथि पई विकसित ओडिशा पई विकसित गाँर आवश्यक आमे समस्त एठी जो माने बचिचंती उद्योगी जो माने एठी उद्योक्ता अछंती एठी जो माने श्रेष्ठ विशिष्ट व्यक्ति अछंती समस्त आमे गाँरु आसी ना गाँरु के आसी नांती प्राय समस्त गाँरु आछंती ना के गाँरु आसी नांती टिके हाथ टेकिले आपण माने के गाँरु आसी नांती कार गाँ नाही अछंती एमती के आपण गाँ नाही मोते हाथ टेकिले ना सियाड़ हाथ टेकिले से तेणु गोटे देश बा राज्यर विकास पई गाँर विकास दरकार से गाँर विकास दायित्व आमे नेबा दरकार जे मु मो गाँर विकास करी जो कथा आमे कहूचे आगुर पिला बेले पाठ पढ़ुले छोट मोर गाँटी भूगोल रे न थाउ तार नाटी किंतु आमे भूगोल पृष्ठ रे केमती तार इतिहास पृष्ठ रे से गाँर ना को आमे लेखिबा एवं से गाँर दायित्व आमे नेबा आज जदि ये जो मैंने बसी विशिष्ट व्यक्ति मैंने आज बसुँच आज सचिन रामचंद्र यादव बसुँच जड़े आमर सेक्रेटरी बसुँच सी चाहिए गाँव विकास करें नहीं गाँव मेडिकल केमती हम गाँव स्कूल केमती हम मास्टर अच्छी ना नहीं पोखरी में पानी रोचे ना नहीं सी जदि यू बस भी जिला को फोन करेंगे जिलापाल को कार्य हो पार एठी जदि राजीव बाबू चाहिए गाँव विकास करने से माने जो माने विशिष्ट व्यक्ति अछंती समस्त दायित्व दे आमे सरकार ऊपर छाड़ी दउचे सरकार नुआ सरकार अच्छी दायित्व अच्छी गाँव विकास करिवो किंतु आमे आमर दायित्व मध्य आमे दूरे जाऊचे केवल आमे अधिकार पछरे आमे गोड़ौचे अधिकार पाई आज आमे संघर्ष करूचे मोर या दरकार से दरकार किंतु मोर दायित्व कौन मध्य आमे जने सामाजिक नागरिक हिसाब रे देशर नागरिक हिसाब से जोटा आम कथा कहूचे आम प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री को नेशन फास्ट देश फास्ट बा गाँ प्रथमे आम पाई आम देश आम गाँ आम माटी जोटा कहूँ जननी जन्मभूमि च स्वर्गादपि गरी अच्छी से जननी जन्मभूमि से माटीर से गाँर विकास पाई आसतु आम समस्ते संकल्प नेबा निश्चित भाव में विकसित ओडिशा विकसित भारतर स्वप्न साकार हम मु धन्यवाद देवी आपणकर आमर पंडा बाबू को राजीव बाबू को आज ये भव्य दिव्य जो कार्यक्रम आयोजन करी विभिन्न इंटरप्रेन्योर मान को जोड़ी पारिचंती एवं नूतन दिशा कृषि क्षेत्र रे एवं ताकू प्रोडक्ट क्षेत्र रे केमती जीव एवं वैज्ञानिक प्रणाली रे केमती कृषि आग को बढ़िबो एवं सेमान को केमती वैल्यू एडिशन करा जाय परिबो सेही क्षेत्र रे मध्य आज जो पदक्षेप नैचंती एथरे बोधे टेक्निकल सेक्शन मध्य अछि बोधे तेणु आमे निश्चित भाव में एथि शिखिबा एवं प्रयोग करिबा एवं मु आपण मानकु दृढ़ोक्ति सहित सरकार तरफ कहवा चाहे आज आपण माने एग्री सेक्टर कहतु एमएसएमई सेक्टर बा फिशरी जार जोठी आवश्यक जहाँ आवश्यक रही आम करने सरकार आज प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जे लोकंक सरकार लोकंक पाई आज युवक पाई आज महिला पाई गरीब पाई आज चाषी पाई ए सरकार उत्सर्गीकृत अच्छा तेणु आम आसतु समस्ते मिशिबा एक विकसित ओडिशा गठन करने समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वंदे मातरम। भारत माता की।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। सर तांको वक्तव्यर प्रथमरु कहिले मानव सभ्यतार आरंभ कृषि ठारू। This very line reminds me of a beautiful quote by George Washington, who said, "Agriculture is the most healthful, the most useful, and the most noble employment of man." But at the very present context, agriculture, the farmer has to make profit, and that is from where begins agribusiness. That's the point where agriculture and commerce meet. Because agriculture in India is not just a livelihood, it's not just a profession, it's a religion that's worshipped. So obviously, sustainable agricultural development will definitely pave the path for a better society, a well-nourished state, and a much developed nation. It's time now for the most awaiting moment of the day. May I now take the privilege of requesting and inviting the Honorable Governor and Chancellor of the University to please address the House. Sir, please.
Shri Gokulanand Malik ji, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Resource Development and MSME, Shri Sachin Ramachandra Jadhav ji, Commissioner cum Secretary to the Government, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Professor Prabhat Kumar Raul ji, Vice Chancellor, OUAT, Shri Sriram Panda, Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC, Shri Rajiv Shekhar Sahu ji, Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Colonel Sujan Mohanty ji, Co-Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha, esteemed faculty, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and a matter of pride for me to be present at the inaugural session of the Food, Agri and Biotech Summit 2026 at the beautiful campus of Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology. I congratulate and commend the Indian Chamber of Commerce and OUAT for organizing this timely and visionary summit. The theme, catalyzing Odisha's rise as a national hub for food, agri-tech, and biotech innovation, is not merely a slogan, but a call for collective action and a roadmap for the future. At a time when the world faces food security challenges, climate uncertainties, technological disruptions, and changing consumer preferences, this platform assumes great significance. It brings together policymakers, scientists, industry leaders, innovators, investors, and farmers to shape solutions for a better tomorrow. Friends, the story of human civilization is in many ways the story of agriculture. Long before modern industries and technological revolutions, it was agriculture that enabled human settlements, nurtured societies, and laid the foundation for civilizations to flourish. For thousands of years, agriculture has sustained humanity and continues to do so even today. In India, and particularly in Odisha, agriculture remains not only an economic activity but also a way of life. Millions of families derive their livelihood directly or indirectly from farming and allied sectors. Agriculture provides food to our people, raw materials to industries, and stability to the economy. Therefore, when agriculture prospers, farmers prosper. When farmers prosper, villages prosper. And when villages prosper, the nation progresses. The growth and prosperity of any country are inseparably linked with the strength and resilience of its agriculture sector. However, we are living in a rapid declining natural resources, changing market dynamics, and increasing pressure on food systems are creating new challenges for agriculture. Where science, entrepreneurship, finance, and policy work together to transform the agricultural landscape. This is very essential. A comprehensive ecosystem where science, entrepreneurship, finance, and policy work together to transform the agricultural landscape. We have faced the COVID crisis in 2000, 2001-2. That COVID crisis has given the opportunity for the entire country to adopt digital technologies. COVID crisis encouraged the people to think about out-of-box ideas. Many of the commerce e-platforms come into being, whether it is Zepto or Zomato or Swiggy and like. And a number of transactions, millions of digital transactions are taking shape now. Not only in India, our UPI is being acclaimed all over the world, and many of our neighboring countries are also adopting UPI technology. Therefore, COVID crisis, I believe, It has made really India as the digital India. Even a small street vendor used to operate smartphone and make digital transactions. This is the achievement we got. Today, we are facing a different situation. Some two countries are quarreling, are engaged in war. Third country has interfered and continuing the war, which we don't have any relationship or bearing. But the West Asia war has an impact on India, not because of our own deeds, but because of the deeds of some other people. We are facing a crisis now. We are counting for how many days our petroleum reserves are there in the country. How to save our LPG which we have today. I am very happy to note and counter the people who are very pessimistic about India and saying that Indian economy is going to have another tsunami. No, it is not correct. The West Asia crisis is giving an opportunity for India to become the world leader in all respects. How? Indian economy is faced with the major difficulty is we are spending to the tune of 22 to 23 lakh crores of rupees in foreign exchange to import crude oil into the country. This is the highest bill. Let me think about how India can face this crisis. Our Honorable Prime Minister in the recent public meeting at Hyderabad advocated some of the measures to conserve the consumption of the fossil fuels, and he advises the citizens to shift from petrol diesel vehicles to electric vehicles. If you shift to electric vehicles, you need not consume petrol diesel. You are conserving it. Some people immediately ask the question, where from you get electricity? The electricity which you want to consume can be generated by yourselves. You need not depend on anybody. By establishing the rooftop solar system on your house, Honorable Prime Minister has introduced PM Suryagar Yojana, offering subsidies to establish rooftop solar systems. I am very happy to observe, in addition to the government of India giving subsidy for rooftop systems, I am thankful for the government of Odisha, which is offering additional subsidy to have this rooftop solar systems. If you consider about 3 kilowatts solar rooftop system, the subsidy extended by government of India is 78,000 rupees. The subsidy offered by government of Odisha is 60,000 rupees. All put together 1,38,000 rupees. But here the vendors are quoting 1,70,000, 80,000. But if you bargain with a proper vendor, the cost of 3 kilowatt system does not exceed 1,40,000. Therefore, without any money commitment from your side, you can have the rooftop solar system. Even if there is a difference, if you have a financial problem, the banks are mandated to give loan. They have to give if you apply. Is it difficult to establish the rooftop solar system for anybody? But how many of you have adopted and installed? A few people have really done. But in my opinion, majority of the people have yet to undertake the installation. Therefore, my request to all of you is wherever it is possible, please apply for rooftop solar system. Contact your TP CDOL officers or energy department. You will be guided how to apply and how to get that system. Any difficulty you face, government of Odisha is with you and encourages you to establish rooftop systems. I can tell you, the Germany, which is having 3 out of 360 days in a year, they have only 100 days sunny days. They are fully dependent on solar energy. If a country like India, where we have 300 sunny days in a year of 360 days, if you are not utilizing solar energy, in my opinion, it is a crime. Therefore, I appeal to utilize the opportunity given by the both central and state governments and adopt solar rooftop systems. You convert your vehicle into electric vehicle, establish solar rooftop system. The power required to charge your two-wheeler is being obtained freely from your system. That means all of your transport costs are being met and it is zero. You need not blame anybody for increase of petrol price rise or diesel price rise. It is in your hands how you can manage your economy, your finances, and reduce your expenditure. In the recent Vice Chancellor's conference also, I advised all the Vice Chancellors to establish solar rooftop systems on the buildings of the university. If you have money, you can invest on your own. If you have the capability to raise CSR, you can raise CSR funds. If you don't have any opportunity, you establish a solar rooftop system under RESCO scheme. Somebody else will come and establish without any investment from your side. He will offer the supply of power at a concessional rate. That can be invented through a tender process. That is the way we can go ahead. I also advise the Vice Chancellors to motivate their staff members, their students, to convert the vehicles from petrol, diesel to electric. Those who convert their vehicles into EVs, they will be allowed to charge their vehicles free of cost in the university campus. That is the incentive to be given to everybody. And today, India is progressing very well in renewable energy. More than 50% of total generation of power in the country is from renewables today. Therefore, you should also participate in that renewable activity and contribute to the renewable energy of the country. I am also exploring the possibility. I think all of you know in Raj Bhavan, Lok Bhavan, we have converted all the governor's carcade vehicles into electric vehicles about 1 year, 4 months ago. We have converted all two-wheelers into EVs. We introduced golf carts, EV golf carts, to bring guests from the reception gate to the office. I encouraged our staff members, if anybody wants to convert their own vehicles, private vehicles, into EVs, all are being allowed to charge their vehicles free of cost in Lok Bhavan campus. Like that, the institutions can encourage their stakeholders to convert into EVs. This is the first advice Honorable Prime Minister has given in his speech. Why I am raising this issue now is our former Honorable Vice President of India, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, used to always say, whenever he mentions about agriculture, he says one and only one thing: agriculture is the culture of our nation. That is the main thing. It is the way of life. It is the backbone of the state and the country. Today, I can state, agriculture is going to make India stronger in the world. How? As I mentioned, part of the vehicle, some people will go for EVs. Otherwise, we need a lot of crude oil to be imported. Government of India is implementing a program that is called the blending of ethanol into petrol. Already we have achieved E20. Government is contemplating E22, 25, 30, and ultimately E85 and E100 with the flex fuel engines. Already Maruti Suzuki has come out with a flex engine for its WagonR model. Hero Motors have brought up 2 models of motorcycles which will run on E85 and E100. Slowly, in every part of the country, it will be applied. Where from ethanol comes? Ethanol is a biofuel which can be manufactured through sugarcane, molasses, sugarcane juice, or it can be manufactured through food grains like broken rice, maize. All these are being produced from agricultural activity. Therefore, agriculture is going to be the energy driver of the company in future. We did not depend upon the crude. We can depend on the agriculture for our transport needs, for our vehicle movement needs, for our automotives. You need not spend any foreign exchange on that. Yes. Imagine if the country is not required to spend about 20 lakh crores on import of crude oil, and if it can be self-reliant, if it can be Atmanirbhar Bharat in fuel, energy, with the backbone of agriculture for that, do you need any other strength for the country? Therefore, agriculture is going to play a very important role in solving the country's economic problems, in saving the country from various different crises. Therefore, today agriculture cannot be ignored. I am very happy in the state of Odisha. Agricultural enterprises are being encouraged. Mukhyamantri Krishi Udyog Yojana offers 50% subsidy if you set up any unit which costs 2 crores. That means 1 crore is the free money. The other money will be from the bankers to lend. MSMEs, many MSMEs are possible in agri sector. Similarly, if you take dairy, recently I saw a news item of WOMFED. WOMFED achieved a turnover of 1,000 crores approximately, and it made a profit of 10 crores. They also stated that their objective aim is to double the milk production in Odisha. How it can be done? How you double the milk production in Odisha? Many people must be encouraged to acquire the cattle and produce milk. Then only you will get double the milk production. Even to acquire a cattle, whether it is a buffalo or a cow, you have a subsidy scheme, Mukhyamantri Kamadhenu Yojana, for some categories up to 50%, some categories up to 60%, some other categories up to 70%. When you have such a huge subsidy, the farmers, the agriculturists who are dependent on agriculture, we have to see to it that every family acquires the cattle. I know some families may not be in a position to put their own share of money of 30 to 40%, even though there is a subsidy of 50 to 60%. What I observed in Odisha, the state government departments are not having the required coordination with the bankers. I suggested to the department, when you are sanctioning the subsidy for any scheme, some balance portion is to be funded by the entrepreneur. At least 70 to 80% of the entrepreneurs will face the problem to bring that money. If it comes under MSME, let the banker give money under MSME scheme. If it is a small loan like acquiring cattle, it will not cross more than 10 lakhs. Then Mudra scheme can be implemented in that case. Please get assured, there is no economic activity which is being ineligible to get the loan under Mudra scheme. Every economic activity is eligible to get Mudra scheme loan. The department concerned, when they are sanctioning the subsidies to the extent of 40, 50, 60, for the purpose of mobilizing the remaining amount, the applications, all which were submitted, which were sanctioned, this subsidy must be given to the bankers. Bankers coordination committee should be there with every department which is giving subsidies. The balance portion we should see, we should persuade, we should convince the banks. They always try to escape. When I organized a bankers meeting, I saw 80% of PEGP applications were rejected by the banks. 80%. I'm just going through the reasons why they were being denied. Simply CIBIL score. CIBIL score is not required for any bank to give loan for a first timer. First timer will not have a CIBIL score. They cannot cite that reason. Only they can reject the application when there is a known defaulter. He has taken some loan previously, he defaulted. If that is established, he can be denied. Therefore, I would like to help all the departments wherever, whenever there is a problem. I sit across the table and sort out with the bankers how they have to give loan to all these applicants. And they agreed to give. RBI representative is there. He told them that you should not say that it is a CIBIL score. You have to give the loan, and Mudra loans, CIBIL score is not required. They are all first timers. Sometimes they say, if you want to acquire cattle, Mudra loan will not apply. But nobody will argue that Mudra loan will apply for cattle acquisition also. Therefore, simply they say in the villages it is not eligible activity. Such type of cases, I think it is the duty of us to sort them out and see that those poor people get bank assistance. Mudra loan was guaranteed by Government of India to the extent of 70% of the loan given by the banks. Why they want to escape, I don't know. Therefore, we have to bring pressure. We have to convince them. We have to see to it that our poorer families will get advantage of the banking system and their economic condition is to be improved. I am very happy our Honorable Minister Malikji, he himself is an entrepreneur. He rears a lot of rare cows. I think you have acquired some Produtturu cows, that small type of dwarf cows. My visit to your house is due. I will come. I will come and visit them. I am very happy that you have ministers as the role models for you. What is the problem for an agricultural family to have cattle? They know everything. Veterinary department is there to take care of the health of the cattle. Therefore, in villages, in tribal families, scheduled caste families, backward class families, whose economic conditions are to be improved, they should have a subsidiary income other than their main agricultural profession. They should try to have cattle. They should try to have a backyard poultry farm. And if you produce more and more, the milk can be converted into milk powder and can be exported to other parts. If you produce more eggs, you can export. Not only you consume, if you produce more, you have the chances of exporting to Gulf. Therefore, why we should not take up these activities, particularly the agricultural families? I am very happy today because, and I also congratulate Honorable Vice Chancellor, OUAT, for taking up my suggestion to prepare the project profiles in agriculture sector and brought out 5 volumes, beautiful volumes, giving a lot of information. And I suggested only about 7 to 8 months back. And within 8 months, he and his team brought out very good books, which will help the first-time entrepreneurs. For the students who come out of the college, they cannot chalk out their course of action, what to do. Even if somebody wants to become an entrepreneur, what type of activity I should take up to become entrepreneur? This is the dilemma in many of the people mind. Many people spend years of time to decide about the direction in which they have to go. For such type of people, these books will be the very good guidance for selection of projects. Odisha is a very good potential state. People think about it is the mineral rich. Therefore, we have to think about, we have coal, we have to think about power projects. We have iron ore, we have to think of steel projects. We have bauxite, we have to think of aluminum projects. Our thinking process will be limited to this. Therefore, my advice to Odisha entrepreneurs is that you should come out of this mindset. And in Odisha, it is possible to set up industrial activity in many other fields. Particularly when I saw the Odisha in fisheries sector, I think there are many students here. How many of your families do own land? Can you raise your hands? Your father or mother, your family members own land. Please raise your hands. Okay. How many of you utilize your lands for paddy cultivation? Almost everybody. Everybody's family is using their land as paddy cultivate. In my opinion, I think many of the speakers have also advocated that we should diversify the paddy cultivation to some other crops, because government is burdened with giving about 800 rupees per quintal subsidy. Therefore, they want to diversify the crop. If some other crop is grown, then they will be escaped from that subsidy. To diversify the paddy cultivation, my idea is that every land which is being utilized as paddy cultivation can be converted into fish ponds. And I can assure you, the income from fish production will be more than the income you are getting on paddy cultivation. That particular experiment, you have to implement it and show. If you have land, you take up with 2 hectares or 3 hectares, do fish culture, how much production you are getting, what is the cost of that fish to be sold, how much income you are getting per acre. If you show to the people that by cultivating fisheries, by adopting fishery activity, my income is going to be more than the paddy income, every farmer will convert their fields into fish ponds. There is no problem for fish. How much fish you produce, it will be consumed. There is no issue. And now Honorable Minister was telling, in Odisha there is a rule that aquaculture cannot be taken beyond 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers from the coast. This condition was framed about few years ago, when the shrimp prawn culture is with brackish water. If the brackish water they enter into the fields of the village, nearby village, then the village drinking water source will be spoiled. Fearing that particular regulation might have come. Now in shrimp cultivation, if you take up Venami, it can be grown in zero salinity water. I think that experiment also we can show in our experimentation. We can take up Venami cultivation in zero salinity water and how much production we are able to take out with that. This is all I am not talking about with imagination. As you are aware, I am from Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra Pradesh, today, it occupies a major portion of export activity, and Andhra Pradesh exports around 30,000 crores worth of marine products from the total all India exports of 73,000 crores. But Orissa's contribution is very low, about 3 to 4,000 crores, 4,500. 4,500 crores is Orissa contribution. Where is 30,000? Where is 4,500? The same Bay of Bengal is there in Andhra. The same Bay of Bengal is there in Odisha. You have 500 kilometers of coast. Therefore, with the extension of that aquaculture limit to 10 kilometers, my request to the Fisheries Department is, please make a survey and identify the potential lands eligible for aquaculture. And let our officers encourage the people, farmers, to take up this Venami activity. Then the state will increase its production quota and export quota. Like that, wherever it is possible, the simple actions are being taken. Government is very proactive. Minister is proactive. If any advice is given, they are taking up and following. Therefore, Orissa is also having a better future in coming days, and agriculture is going to be the real backbone of not only India but also Odisha. Such initiatives are essential for building a future-ready agriculture sector that is productive, sustainable, and globally competitive. Friends, I would particularly like to address the youth of our state. Agriculture today is no longer confined to traditional farming. It offers exciting opportunities in agribusiness. You can understand what sort of opportunities are going to come up. If you increase the aquaculture area for fish production or prawn production, how much of ancillary activity is going to be developed, you can visualize. When culture is there, you need the seed. Therefore, you have to establish hatcheries for the fish seed and also shrimp seed. Once you have fish culture, for marketing this fish, taking to the market, you have to preserve the fish. With what? With ice. Therefore, you need a requirement of an ice factory near fish ponds. You want to transport this fish to the markets. Maybe in Kalahandi district, somebody is farming fish. From Kalahandi, it has to come to Bhubaneswar for its marketing. Therefore, you need transport trucks. If you take every activity, for every activity, there is a subsidy scheme in Government of India and in the Government of Odisha. Please avail all these opportunities. Not only fish farming and shrimp farming, other ancillary activities relating to that, so many will emerge. Lot of opportunities will come. It offers exciting opportunities. in agribusiness, food processing, biotechnology, farm mechanization, digital agriculture, agri startups, supply chain management, and value-added enterprises. Friends, I would particularly like to address the youth. The future of agriculture belongs to innovators, entrepreneurs, and problem solvers. I urge our young minds to look at agriculture not merely as an occupation, but as an avenue for innovation, enterprise, and national development. The Government of India and the Government of Odisha have launched several initiatives to support startups, farmer producer organizations, food processing units, biotechnology, ventures, and rural enterprises. And another point of which I observed is many of the people are not aware of the Government of India social security schemes, social welfare schemes, developmental activity subsidy schemes, and also Government of Odisha's all other developmental schemes. Many people are not aware. Not only the illiterate and people living in villages, they not knowing, I can understand. But the elite society are also not aware of many of the things. Even if they are aware, they are not joining them. This I have experimented with Pradhana Mantri Jivana Suraksha Bima Yojana. Pay 20 rupees and get 2 lakh insurance for your life against accident. If you pay 20 rupees, your life is insured for 2 lakhs against accidents. Please let me know how many of you have joined in this scheme. Backside students. How many of you joined? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very low percentage. Suppose if you know that there is a scheme, if I pay 20 rupees, I will get insurance for my life against accident. Now you know. Are you willing to join or not? Are you willing to pay 20 rupees and join in that scheme? Yes. Can you post me a postcard tomorrow that you have joined in this scheme? How to join also you should know. Nowadays, everybody is having a bank account. Wherever you have the bank account, you go to the branch, give a small letter on a white paper that please debit 20 rupees and join me in Pradhana Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. That is enough. You will be joined. Next year you may forget to pay 20 rupees. You don't remember. But you can give auto debit option. Without your knowledge, you are being covered for your life. Only thing you have to do is make available the 20 rupees when the debit time comes. Tomorrow, will you go to your branch manager and give the letter to avail this scheme? I don't know. I am not getting any response. Please raise your hands. Like that, so many schemes are there. I am just giving you one example. Elite section of the society also is not aware of these things. How I can expect all the poor people are going to be having knowledge about all these things? It is a Herculean task on the government system how we can enroll all the people into these schemes. But I don't know how attention is being given to this in the government. Therefore, I was also not aware, I was also apprehensive that how many people are knowing about these subsidy schemes available to them, government schemes. We are talking about Mukhyamantri Kamadhenu Yojana. We are talking about Mukhyamantri Krishi Vidyag Yojana. We are talking about PM Suryaghar Yojana, Jivana Jyoti Bima Yojana, Atal Pension Yojana, Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana. Like that, you have hundreds of schemes. Therefore, when I come across the Orissa Administrative Service people, probationers, to interact with me in Lok Bhavan, I observed 90% of the people who are being trained are not aware of these things. I advised training institutes, Gopabandhu Institute and other Institute of Financial Management, to compile these schemes, as I requested the Agriculture University to compile the project profiles. I advised them to compile about all the schemes of the government which one can read in one book. I think ROTI, Revenue Officers Training Institute, they have prepared the compendium, and I have circulated, I think, 2 copies each of the schemes to all the vice chancellors in the vice chancellors conference. It is your duty to spread that message to the students. These efforts are creating an enabling ecosystem for young entrepreneurs to contribute meaningfully while generating employment and wealth. In this context, I am delighted that the Handbook of Agri Business in Odisha is being released during this summit. Compliment OUAT for bringing out these timely and valuable publications. As a premier institution in agricultural education, research and extension, OUAT has played a pioneering role in advancing Odisha's agricultural sector, and this handbook reflects its continued commitment to empowering farmers, entrepreneurs, and rural communities. Covering practical and economically viable models in agriculture, fisheries, animal husbandry, horticulture, agricultural engineering, food processing, and value addition, it will serve as a useful guide for farmers, startups, agripreneurs, extension workers, and students. Our agriculture minister, Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Kanakavardhan Singh Devji, himself is a farmer. He produces dragon fruit and exports to Gulf. He produces strawberries in some of the districts where the climate is suitable. Therefore, you have ministers with you with role models, whether Malikji, whether Singhdevji. Please take suggestions, guidance from them, how to become an entrepreneur and start any activity and become entrepreneurs. That is my sincere advice. More importantly, it will inspire our youth to embrace agribusiness as an innovative and rewarding career path that can generate employment, wealth, and rural prosperity. Friends, Odisha possesses immense strengths for becoming a leading hub of food, agri-tech, and biotechnology. Our diverse agroclimatic conditions, rich natural resources, extensive coastline, vibrant farming community, growing industrial infrastructure, and expanding research ecosystem provide a strong foundation for growth. What we need now is greater collaboration among institutions, industries, investors, and innovators to unlock this enormous potential. I am confident that the deliberations of this summit will generate fresh ideas, meaningful partnerships, and actionable outcomes. Previously, we used to understand about the quality of education institutions by simply knowing how many research publications were published, how many PhDs were produced, how many people got awards. This is the methodology we used to measure the performance of a particular educational institution. Now the idea has changed. Now your performance can be measured in terms of how many entrepreneurs you have made. How many entrepreneurs have come up out of your curriculum when you teach the people? How many are being motivated to become entrepreneurs? How many units were started? How many industrial activities have come up? I think this parameter will also be a measurable point from tomorrow. Let us work together to build an agriculture sector that is technologically advanced, environmentally sustainable, economically rewarding, and socially inclusive. With these words, I extend my best wishes for the grand success of the Food, Agri, and Biotech Summit 2026. May this summit become a catalyst for innovation, prosperity, and transformation, not only for Odisha, but for the entire nation. Thank you. Vande Utkala Janani. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for acknowledging and appreciating the endeavor of the university and our very own Vice Chancellor, and for encouraging the youth here to take positive step towards entrepreneurship. I may be apologized for quoting your exact words. Agriculture is the culture of a nation, and it's really going to become the backbone of the state and the nation. So the summit is very timely and visionary. It has to be not just a modality, a call for collective action and a roadmap for the future. It has always been a privilege listening to you, sir, the Honorable Governor of Orissa and the Chancellor of OUAT, an eminent public figure with an enriching academic career, has always been a great source of inspiration for all of us here. A wonderful combination of grace and dignity. You always elevate the status of any platform you step on. You're extremely privileged to have you among us. With this, may I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem to be played. The national anthem, please. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of the summit. We would break for tea for a while and come back for the technical sessions. I would request everyone to please reassemble 20 so that we can begin with the technical sessions in time. I would again repeat, please reassemble by 12:20 so that we can begin with the technical sessions on time. Thank you so much.
Committee and the MD MITS Mega Food Park. With a big round of applause, we are going to welcome sir to please do the honor. We are going to give away the flower bouquet to Sri D.V. Swami, Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha. The panelist of today, who would be covering the two sessions, the future of foods and biotechnology as a multiplier, agriculture and food processing. Would like to request Sri Subhan Sumishra, OAS Managing Director, Apicol, Government of Odisha. Can we put a big round of applause, please? Sri Ranjit Kumar K, Founder, AV KR Moringa Promise Wellness, OPC Private Limited. Dr. B. Ravindran, Director, Amgenex India Private Limited, Odisha. Please let us welcome him with a flower bouquet. With a big round of applause, please. Thank you. Professor Hridaynath Thatoi, the Director, Center of Industrial Biotechnology, SOA, deemed to be University. With a big round of applause, everyone. Dr. Nivedita Jena, Chief Operating Officer, DBT ILS Bioincubator. Professor Palo, IH Dean, R&D School of Biological Sciences, NISA, Bhubaneswar. And virtually, we would be welcoming Sri Anupam R. Jain, the country head sourcing cereals and staple Reliance Retail. As well as we are going to welcome on virtual Sri Gokul Patnaik as Chairman Global Agri-System Private Limited. Welcoming to all the dignitaries for your valuable time to collaborate all the academicians with the students. Today's summit will bring together the policymakers, the industry leaders, entrepreneurs, researchers, and academicians to discuss the future of food, agriculture, and biotechnology in Odisha. Just to make it precise, we have conjoined the two sessions. The future of foods focuses from farm to fork, building value chains and markets, with biotechnology as a multiplier, agriculture and food processing, which focuses on the role of biotech in transforming agriculture and food systems. So these two sessions are collaborating into one session, and which would be chaired by Sri D.V. Swami, Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha.
So, I welcome you back to this session. Good afternoon, esteemed delegates. Due to paucity of time, the two sessions are being taken as a joint session. This session will be chaired by Sri D.V. Swami, presently Principal Secretary to Government of Odisha. He was formerly collector in many districts. Even I had the opportunity of working with him when I was Associate Director of Research in Keonjhar, and he was a district magistrate and collector of Keonjhar. And subsequently, he was on Government of India deputation, of course, RDC to Government of Odisha, and on central deputation. And now he came back from his last position as a chairman of MPEDA. So the right man at the right place. Sri Swamiji will chair the joint session focusing on First one is focusing on farm to fork, building value chains and markets. And the next is biotechnology, role of biotech in transforming agriculture and food system. There will be a joint session. Sri D.V. Swamiji will chair the session. We have list of speakers. Some of them are physical, as you see, along with us, and some of them are also delivering virtually. I think the organizers better to take the virtual speakers first, and a request to all, due to paucity of time, we Sir, you can have few words, just few words. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. से कहउचंती प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी मोर किछि पोस्टिंग नहीं ताहले भी से डाकिचंती तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट विदाउट एनी पोजीशन पोस्टिंग से मते जस्ट गोटे इंडिविजुअल हिसाब रे डाकिचंती so my association with this OUAT or this agriculture related starts with almost 45 years back. I stayed in a campus in Bangalore called Hesarghatta Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. So जेतिकी आपणकर अर्का variety जो चासो होती वो, so the अर्का varieties are all originated from this Hesarghatta campus. So from childhood I have associated very closely with this plant pathology, how ki breeding, how recording is done, how growth happens. So that was the reason when I joined my postings also. Mr. Sanath is here. We have done watersheds in Angul. Then your vice chancellor was in Angul. So with agriculture, it has been a very close association. Then very recently, I was associated with, I was in SEZ, Special Economic Zone. So lot of companies have interacted which are in this sector, biotechnology sectors, and extracts, spices extracts. Then coming to Empeda, before setting the context, I would like to share some challenges with this both sessions face. Once you understand the challenge, then speakers kohila pare discussion pai bolo lagibo. I will share my experience in aquaculture. So aquaculture, the biggest challenge what we see is disease. Aquaculture disease is one problem. So आपण माने समझते जानिते बे to early late 90s and 2000s रे WSSV गोटे disease असिला. WSSV जेहेतु disease असिला, tiger shrimp जो हमारा चासो होतिला, से tiger shrimp had a challenge. That is when Vanamai was introduced in India. Vanamai was introduced in India, and today we export almost 8 billion worth of marine products. Last year it was almost 8.5 billion. Pakapaki 73,000 crores ro export hochi. 73,000 can become 1 lakh also. But why it is not 1 lakh? I will tell the challenges. आपण जो aquaculture रे जो चासो करूछु से टाइम रे डिजीज होउछि. डिजीज हेले लोक एंटीबायोटिक यूज करूछंती. एंटीबायोटिक यूज करिले जो product which goes to Europe from India, the containers are 50% checked. The containers which go to Japan are checked 100%. तो गोटे अन्य देशरो Ecuador रो गोटे लोको export करुतिबे, for him it will take 5 to 7 days to clear his container. But जो India रो जो container Europe को जिबो, it will take almost 15 plus days. So there is loss for him. So whatever technology we use, basically ultimately disease management केमिति हबो, जेनेटिक इम्प्रूवमेंट केमिति हबो सेटा हमको देखिबार अछि. एंड दो जो दिनसो हमें एक्सपोर्ट करूचो, सपोज in marine products we export two components mainly, chapter देखिले, गोटे हला chapter 3 और गोटे हला chapter 16. Chapter 3 are the products which are raw materials. Chapter 16 are the products which are value added products. And there are other chapters where fish oil thibo, then nutraceuticals jo export karuchanti, seta adhika tonka fetch karibo. Se kshetra re bhi India re only 10% of our exports are value added products. If you compare China or Vietnam or Thailand, majority of their products are value added products. So हमें value disease रो problem अच्छी, जो materials हमें पटाउचु से materials रे हमारा problem होची because antibiotic traces मिलुची. Suppose गोटे one exporter wanted to do breaded products, से shrimp ऊपरे bread पकाएबा पाई चाहूतिले, से bread जते बेले माने पटाइले से bread भीतर कृति pesticide रो traces मिलिला. Because the bread is wheat, the wheat is stored somewhere in the godown coating. So there you will be, to prevent pest control by, you will use some chemicals. So globally, because I was also part of, I was national codex gote achi. Codex is a food ro code karibaro gote samstha. So I was the national codex member also. And I have attended Codex conferences internationally also. So, like I'll give you an example. Once Qatar World Cup shuru heba purvaru, हमारा किसी shrimps गला कतर को, हमारा marine products जो गला, it was rejected, and they said we will ban the whole country. Why? Because there was Vibrio cholera in that. जो प्रोसेस करिबारो पानी जो अच्छी से पानी रे कॉलरा थिला, सेटा मुंबई रु गोटे कंटेनर रू से मिसिगला प्रोसेस करिबा टाइम रे, and then it went to Qatar. Then they said they'll ban the whole country. So this farm to fork, it's a big challenge. It is not like upon a domestic market re, even domestic market also FSSAI and lot of improvements are happening, and traceability is going to be a very important aspect. Apeda does GrapeNet and lot of other products also. Apeda does traceability. Empeda also does traceability. Without traceability, apanku jo product thibo, seta biki bata bahut kashto hai. So you have to work very closely on the traceability. So this is the context I am setting for this session. When the speakers speak, then we will further add some more value to it. Online re jo achanti, then
so
we can go
I
to
am
the online.
informed Sri Dilip Mohanty from Reliance and Sri Gokul Patnaik, who happens to be the chairman of Global Agri System Private Limited. They are available online. May I now request Dilip? Dilip is my classmate and an alumnus of this university, to please join us. Sir, namaskar. Patnaik sir, sir. Dilip Patnaik sir, it is a request to be brief. Then after your deliberation, Dilip will come. टिके कनेक्शन दे दिले तो ହେଇଛି Is there any issue, please? Or else we will switch over to Reliance. Okay. Yeah. Let us see if Reliance is ready. We'll take Gokul Patnaik sir later.
No, Gokul sir is already speaking, no?
So we are not able to see, neither able to see him, not able to listen him.
Oh, okay.
So Dilip, you can please start.
I'm getting an echo. Echo kyun aa raha? Hello? Yeah, now it is okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dilip Mohanty. I head the grocery division for Reliance Retail. I've been in Reliance for last 20 years now. From the beginning, I'm here. So grocery means all agricultural produce, rice commodity. You can say rice, pulses, dry fruits, spices, edible oil, sugar, salt, wheat and flour. That is the basket I handle for Reliance Retail. On pan-India basis, we have over 3,000 grocery stores now. And as far as Odisha specific is concerned, we operate 136 stores. Majorly in coastal areas in Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Baleswar and Bhadrak, these are the areas. To give an idea about what kind of operations we have as far as agri commodity is concerned, on pan-India basis, we handle about 1.6 million tons of all put together. As far as Odisha is concerned, total quantity comes to about 55 to 60,000 tons. And as far as local procurement is concerned, from Odisha, it is only 7%. So 93% of the material is coming from the neighboring states. Though Odisha is a resourceful state, but we are getting from other states, there is a bit of an advantage in terms of productivity is better there. There is a quality consistency. What in retail we look at, there is a better processing infrastructure, the better aggregation, and supply chain all put together. I'll take 5 minutes, not more than. One items. Suppose we talk of rice. Our major requirement is jeera rice, minicate, biryani, and laskari. Once we are coming from outside, we don't get good quality material from Odisha. We get is Swarna or 1014. That is about 10% of the total requirement. What the Odisha does primarily, it is IR64, IR36, mostly goes to the exports for the African countries, or it is for part of the PTS. So I think this kind of processing and better production of the retail requirement, that kind of varieties, which is very, very essential. As pulses is concerned, we from Odisha, we get only urad are moved to items. That is about 30% of the total basket. If you look at pan-India basis, the chana production in India is more than 100 lakh tons, million tons. Tuar is 4 million tons, more than that. Plus, we import about 2.5 million tons of tuar and chana. But chana as well as, or I think I have some time back. Presently, tuar is on its one crop. And we reduce the crop to 90 days. Now it is we develop good dal mills there in Odisha. We need processing facilities. We need good sorting and grading facilities, which is absent at the moment. And as far as storage facilities concerned, we have got some ambient storages, but we don't have get it from Ranchi. We take the metal into Ranchi, we put it there. That's processed dals, dry fruits and spices. Everything is being packaged from there. And we would like to have good FPOs. They should have minimum processing facility, capability to do some kind of retailer. We procure more than 1,000. So practically not.
I think there is some disruption due to poor connectivity. I will request you to please conclude.
Final product. So some kind of egg quality testing warehouse management locally has to be done. I think there's said bit of the requirement of which has to be done. The more actively, right, should kind of if this kind of intervention happens, then there are 40 what I say 7% that then that is what so
That's good, Sri Dilip.
Local employment as well.
I think you have taken a note of it. All our entrepreneurs
Thank
present
you very much.
have got the message. Hopefully, we will try to request you for enrichment in due course of time. We are switching over to Sri Gokul Patnaik ji for his deliberation. To for enrichment in due course of time. We are switching Patnaik ji to due course of Should you take virtual talks or will switch over to physical? It seems to be distorting. कोमाने IT देखुछन्ति टिके कुहंतु please advise us whether to go for virtual or go for physical. आमे सर आपण कथा किछि सुनि पारनु पटनायक सर we are not able to listen you. There is some technical hitch.
Hello.
Sir आपण कथा आमे
Am I audible?
Now you are audible. Please tell.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please tell. Sir, ଶୁଭୁଛି ଆପଣ କୁହନ୍ତୁ please.
Hello.
You are audible, sir. You are audible. You can start your talk, sir.
ये कुआडे गले तब बंद कलो. So please come to virtual, please. We have some technical hitch. Hopefully, sir, sorry, sir, we are not able to take you due to some network issues. We are moving for physical. If it stabilizes, we will again request you for your deliberation. So what is the queue for physical? Shriram ji, what is the queue for physical? Yeah. So the first speaker is Sri Subhranshu Mishra, the Managing Director of Agricultural Promotion and Investment Corporation of Odisha Limited, Government of Odisha. And as we understand the role of APICOL, so far as promotion of agri enterprises is concerned. But going one step ahead, he is also an alumnus of OUT.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson of this session, all esteemed speakers, participants, very happy to be here today because I believe this is a kind of a Triveni Sangam where food, agri-tech and biotech has been confluenced in a platform like this. And OUT, as usual, as sir was telling, this is a perfect platform where confluences happen. Ideas exchange, new thinking come up, and new ideas are handed over to the next gen, our students who are also participants in this session. So in this confluence, for us, food is our Ganga. So I believe food is the core subject for which we are also exploring agri-tech and biotech sector and trying to see what and how this future of food will take shape. So there was this brief presentation from my side, but the program is such delayed and I have no apologies for that. The way our Honorable Governor has enumerated the challenges before all of us today, it's really a learning thing, and it's also fulfilling to understand that Honorable Governor is all himself pushing us to think for entrepreneurship. And when, as a student, I used to think for a service, today Honorable Governor has asked and given a challenge to OUAT VC sir that one more additional feature has to be added. How many entrepreneurs you have produced? How many PhDs are produced? Beyond that, Honorable Governor has said how many entrepreneurs have been produced from this university. That's a very fulfilling statement coming from the highest person from this state. So going into the session, are you ready with the presentation, or will go straight? So I'm going straight to the presentation part, but I'm not able to see it's there. Okay, thank you. So as we all know, by 2050, the global population is going to clock nearly 10 billions. It's a humongous number. And I believe with this present rate of food production, we may not feed all entire populations. So for that, we need to grow food more than what is produced today by at least 60-70% more. But then food production cannot increase as such because the land area is limited. Climatic challenges are immense. In today's climate risk world, producing food with inputs is becoming more and more difficult. So where would we go with all these situations? I would just give a brief numbers, which is a very generalized number, that Odisha's population is about 4.5 crore. So to say 450 lakh. So the food grain production for the last year is 150 lakh metric ton. So if you calculate per head, food grain production in our state is on an average 300 to 350 kgs. For a person, 350 kg of food grain is more than what a person requires. That means our priorities have been more into production of food grains. Similarly, we will have to think of diversification aspect, means we'll have to think from different angles when we are thinking of the future of food. So this number only showcases that Odisha's production of around 150 lakh MT food grains, metric tons, and 154 metric tons of fruits and vegetables is not properly balanced among our required nutritional balance. It is very much dominant towards only rice cultivation, as in the inaugural session everyone was also detailing. So going to what is the agricultural landscape, some of the features have already been discussed and deliberated, that population, what is the workforce dependence and all. Around 50% of the workforce depends on agriculture. Odisha's agricultural diversity is immense, as Honorable Governor also said that the agroclimatic zone is very diverse in Odisha, so allowing us to go for a wide basket of food. Then post-harvest challenges are immense, because in Odisha, we have seen glut in production levels and market crashes at the peak of the season, when the tomato field is rolled over by the tractor, and at a point of time, it is also crossing 60 rupees a kilo. So there's a post-harvest challenges are immense. We'll have to address that. Then modernization and sustainability aspect has to be thought of. Our agriculture is traditional, and we'll have to think of modern agriculture with more of precision farming, IoT, artificial intelligence. These aspects have to be taken into consideration. So this is a very unique thing where our requirement is not any food, it is a sustainable food. What is a sustainable food? It has to be hinged, it has to be connected with the three dimensions. One is the farmer and its livelihood. The other is the climate and our response, the system, agricultural response to the climatic challenges. And the third is consumer or the people. what is their requirement, what is their nutritional need. These all things have to be thought from an interconnectedness. And as per this presentation, almost all government initiatives are targeted to these aspects. So next, please. So yes. So, coming to value chain structure, what is a value chain structure in an agricultural system? So input, supply, and production. Aggregation is a major concern, as we all know that 93% of farmers in Odisha are small and marginal, and individually going for any cropping, they would go nothing except rice, because for them rice is the best insured crop. Come what may, it survives up to a level and gives the farmer a return. The other crops are very susceptible to climatic vagaries. So aggregation is the only future where in any shape we'll have to aggregate them so that their land is aggregated, their input supply is aggregated, and then the production is also centrally controlled with modern amenities, and then marketing also happens in an aggregated fashion. So processing and cold chain facility, as our government is also focusing more on that, I would give you a number. For us, our fruits and vegetable production is 154 lakh MT, but we export 305 MT of fruits and vegetables, 305. So that is an abysmal number, so to say, when we consider of export. And without proper processing and cold chain network, we are not going to achieve that. Digital platforms use have to be seriously considered, and market access is also to be planned. So key drivers shaping the farm to farm transitions are consumer demand and digital tools. So we will have to see consumer demands aspect. I believe that when it is coming to consumer demand, we are not properly targeting our policy framework where we would give preference to our local products. Friends, it is a fact that our own snacks items have vanished from the palette, and oat biscuits have taken the entire center stage. And unfortunately, oat is not produced in India as grains. It used to be a fodder crop, but all the oats we eat in our biscuits are coming from Europe, Australia. So what has happened to our own desi, our own local food items? Why can't we produce them so that climate also supports this kind of cropping? And in a climate risked world, we producing our crop and feeding our children also gets branded and popularized the way oat biscuits are marketed. So there must be somewhere where we are gradually neglecting our own food system and promoting some Western food system, and our enforcement, our publicity, our advertisement of our local food system also needs the way Sri Anna Abhiyan has successfully done for the millets. So there's a comparative view of key value chain stages. I could have, the font is very small and screen is not visible to me. It gives a very good comparative thing for input supply, their key activities, major challenges and opportunities. For input supply, digital advisory and improved seed varieties, our need is there. We will have to explore more on that. Production stage requires precision farming, IoT sensors. Then aggregation, FPO strengthening, as the government of Odisha is also pushing more on the line of government of India's 10,000 FPO numbers. So FPO strengthening and digital marketplaces are the need of the hour. In today's world, when food reaches home through Zomato and Swiggy, our food grains are not reaching the same way. The farmer has, or else he goes for a distress sale. Somewhere digital marketplace is the future of our food system. So as everyone was also raising that future of agriculture is not in traditional agriculture. It is more on agriculture as an industry, agriculture as an enterprise. And it is here that Apicol of Department of Agriculture plays a very crucial role in facilitating the entrepreneurs in getting good projects, getting subsidies that the Honorable Governor was also highlighting. so much. So I request all the stakeholders who are present here. I am glad to know that bankers are also here, academias, students, and all research scientists. Everywhere, the buzzword has to be MKUI, Mukhyamantri Krishi Udyog Yojana, and this project where agri entrepreneurs give employment to more number of people, then they search for their own employment. So without going more into it, I'll have to conclude. So this is the future of food, innovations and way forward. I'll conclude with this. So technological advances of farming have to be given more weightage, and this is possible with OUAT's participation. New innovation, new ideas can always be experimented. As previously said also, rice, fish farming system can also be experimented. It is a very good concept of giving. Where do they get? Where did they get from time immemorial? So it is our agriculture's rice and fish ecosystem which has sustained the animal protein requirement when there were not much availability of broiler chicken or any other animal protein. So we'll have to think from these lines, and it is here that technological advancements have to be given a center stage in place of routine agriculture happening year after year. Then climate smart agriculture, we would have to think more because climate is changing very fast and it is going to pose us adverse challenges. How seeds can be made resistant to these kind of vagaries of climate. We'll have to make research, breed good seeds with such qualities, and also go for some water efficient mechanism. The days of flood irrigation is over. Water is precious, and we have also seen that the efficiency of flood irrigation in comparison to drip is no match. So precision agriculture means the water requirement of each and individual plant is calculated and given so that water is also saved. Climatic vagaries are also not going to affect our crop. Then supply chain and market innovations we have discussed. Then shifting consumer preferences. I was telling, we'll have to consciously decide what is going to be our food of the future. Then brand it and market it in the way it appeals to the Gen Z. It cannot so happen that our Arisa Pitha is entirely rejected by our youth, and
Subhanshu,
pizza
I think
is
with
all given the
less, if
center
you
stage.
can-
It's last only, sir. This is the last point. So I request all the young students present here to also visualize themselves as an entrepreneur of future. And future of food is secure if we all work together. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Ji, for giving an overview of agri-food system from present to future. And since he is also the managing director of Apical, hopefully the entrepreneurs can interact in due course of time. Thank you. I think the next speaker may be Sri Ranjit Kumar, who will be talking about the Moringa promises and wellness regarding that. I will request Ranjit Kumar ji to be little brief.
Thank you, Indian Chamber of Commerce and Odisha Institute of Agriculture and Technology, and Sujan Mohanji sir for inviting all the way from Tamil Nadu. So I am a techie turned entrepreneur into organic farming. So myself, Ranjit Kumar Krishnamurthy, we have 10 acres of Moringa plantation, which is cultivated organically. We produce 50 tons of dry leaf per year. So adding value to Swami sir's speech. So we have implemented traceability. We have another company, Trace IT, Trace It. So we have implemented traceability because we do all the processing like farming, post harvesting, processing, trading, packaging. So everything we brought under our Trace It software. So in India, actually, for Moringa, we are the #1 company implemented the software. And so these are my journeys. So we work with many institutes like ICAR, CSIR, CFTRI. So Moringa is a superfood and miracle tree. It can prevent 300 diseases. So it is having, you can see the nutritional values. So vitamin A, vitamin C. So in dry leaf, it is more compared to the fresh leaves. In powder format, it will be less because when you are doing pulverizing or heating process, the nutritional value will become less. In Moringa Promise Wellness, we are integrating the traditional way of farming, that is Subhas Balekar and Nammalwar agriculture practices, that is organic practices, and we are going with the modern like blockchain implementation, AI, biotechnology, data science, and traceability models, agri-tech, financials, marketing, biotech, microbiology, everything is getting implemented. So Moringa is rich in iron. So no superfoods has iron content than Moringa. So I did my master's. Now I am into agriculture. So these are the certifications required as a startup entrepreneur. So these are the certifications required to start an agri-based startups. So this is our traceability software. So I am the regulatory and compliance advisor for my company. So here we have a supply chain transparency. So whoever is buying products from us in terms of millets or Moringa, everything is transparent, and we follow all the food safety regulations from FSSA, UUDR, all regulatory bodies we are following, and we are following the export rejections, and we have the digital trust. So in India, actually, France, China, and other countries, the traceability model is implemented. In India, actually, it is booming. The sector is booming, and we are expecting almost 14,800 crores of the traceability by 2030. So India's agri-food exports was 440,000 crores, and exports to the European things was almost 83,000 crores. So now we are coming back like ethanol production. We are doing some research on ethanol production using Moringa. From the seed, actually Moringa seed, it can purify the water, and it can remove the plastic materials present in the water. So as entrepreneurs, everyone should not do the same mistakes what others do. If millet means, don't go for millet flours, millet laddus. Try to innovate some products, do some extractions, do some fermentation process. So Moringa, actually almost 12 states across India, they are producing Moringa. Andhra Pradesh was the leading one. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana. So many players are there in Moringa. Almost US $8 billion revenue is generated out of Moringa. So these are the sectors, industries used: nutraceuticals, pharma, cosmetics, and industrial crop. So Moringa oleifera is this species widely used for human consumptions. So all parts of Moringa, the flower, stem, root, bark, leaf, everything is having its own nutritional values. It is used in the Ayurveda, homeopathic medicines, and pharma extractions also. So we have like, this is having all the nutritional properties. So this is my farm. So we do drip irrigations, fertigations, everything through Ventures. So everything is actually taken from my farm. So nothing is copied. So high dense, we did high dense in 15 centimeters spacing. We did a ultra high dense model of Moringa plantations. So in a tree, we get almost 300 to 400 the pots, the drumsticks. So these are the processing methods. So we farm it, we cultivate the first harvest in 120 days, then frequent harvest in 50 to 60 days. We wash it, blanch it, dry it in solar dryers, we pulverize it, pack it, and we supply it to the market in B2B and direct to consumer model.
Mr. Ranjit, I have a request.
Yes.
See, you are sharing all your success things.
Yeah.
Okay, so but for a new entrepreneur, he should know what challenges you face and
Yeah.
how you fixed it. Because if you share this is the achievement,
Yeah.
nobody will understand what challenges you have gone through. So, if you
So-
can share in this whole value chain, where all pain points from how you were able to overcome the hurdles. If
Yeah.
you can tell that, it would
So during as a budding entrepreneur, I don't know government fundings. So Ministry of Food Processing Industry, they are giving fundings. The district industrial centers, they are giving funds. So I don't know all these schemes. So I went to banker, it got rejected. Again, I applied, I got the loan. So after getting the loan, when I constructed, my entire pack house was ruined through wind, heavy wind. So again, I reconstructed it. Once I established, I don't know how to process it. So I processed under tarpaulin sheet. There was microbial loads. So again, to overcome that, I came to solar. I established a solar dryer. In solar dryer also, again, there was an issue in the microbial, that is Salmonella, E. coli, and all. So as an IT guy, I don't know how to rectify those. I had taken suggestions from the professors. So I overcome those and I started my exports. Then again, farming, we need to do regular production. So like 400 kgs per acre if you are harvesting, the same 400 kgs we have to harvest, means again we have to manage the pest, we have to give proper nutrition, we have to increase the soil carbon. So everything I have learned. So again, coming back to the packaging, we don't know what kind of packaging materials to use, whether eco-friendly, because when you go for European and the US markets, they prefer only eco-friendly. We should not use plastics. So again, we restructured everything. So then we came to eco-friendly packaging, and we developed our own e-commerce store. So many are there, like packaging, branding, marketing, many are there. How we are going to sell through Amazon. So many stuffs are there, and we will, as an entrepreneur, there will be many challenges. So if any entrepreneur, if they want to start, I am there to help in terms of the government's fundings, grants, angel investments, venture capitalist, creating an e-commerce store, marketing your product, how you can create a value to your product. I am there to support all the emerging entrepreneurs. So many entrepreneurs I am supporting. So if you want, you can get a support from me. So
I think we need to conclude. Thank you so much.
thank you.
For your deliberation on superfood. No need to explain that, sir.
I will just add. So what you can do is, when are you leaving? You are staying back today in Bhubaneswar?
Tomorrow morning I am leaving.
So one of your professor can design a questionnaire, okay, and write a case study on him, and then teach the students. Because if you see first few slides, they are all technical knowledge which can be available on internet or anywhere it will be available. But some knowledge which he has experienced, that will not be available many times in the PPTs. So if your professor can sit with him, design a questionnaire, proper thing, and then write a case study on him and then teach that to the students. He can also again come back online and teach the students what challenges he faced. That would be better. Then further you can identify some clusters in Odisha, this Murunga clusters, and then start having a cluster approach and try to see that whatever he has done, those pilots you can start initiate somewhere. So this is my observation. So thank you.
Thank you. If you want, I can share you the PPT. You can go through the PPT and prepare the questionnaire.
Okay, please,
Thank you.
please leave the PowerPoint presentation here. We will share with the participants.
Sir? So profit means like 1 kg of dry leaf, I sell almost 180 rupees per kg. So I produce almost 50 tons per year. So 50 tons into 180, you can calculate it. Yeah, only leaf productions. I am focusing only on the leaf and the powder and the capsules in the nutraceutical segments. So 1 acre actually, when 400 kgs of dry leaf we will be taking. For taking that 400 kgs, we have to wait for 60 days. So for 60 days, we have to have 2 labor salaries. Hardly it will be 50,000 rupees we have to spend for 2 months once. So everything is organic inputs. No need to go to any shop. No need to buy. So we prepare our own fish amino, panchagavya, jivamardam, everything and all. So for that, only labor cost and our production cost. That is, for solar dryers, there is 0% maintenance. So no need to spend any electricity. If you convert it to powder, then electricity charges are there. So I mean to say, for 400 kgs, 180 rupees, that is the revenue we are getting for 2 months once. So for that, the expenses will be 20,000 rupees for per acre.
Ranjit ji is available. You can share during lunch hours. Let us not stretch everybody's lunch. Thank you for your interest. I think also we had arranged one webinar, if I correctly remember, during the COVID time. Colonel Mohanty was also online. Bijay Patnaik, our former Chief Secretary, was also available online. And Mr. Ranjit had a presentation. Lot of inquisitiveness queries were from the young entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs. So this is a promising field. We will take it forward. Thank you for your interest. The next presentation, I may request Dr. B. Ravindran, Director, Imaginex India Private Limited, request to make it as precise as possible. Just open up our mind, that's enough for us.
Well, I don't have a PPT presentation, so you can take it easy. Second, there are only 2 issues that I'll talk about in about 3-4 minutes time that has not been talked about. One is when agriculture means everybody thinks about land, but what we don't realize is that there is so much of food to be produced from the sea. So the marine agriculture is something that is emerging in a huge way, and we have far behind, not just we as a nation, but as a whole, globally, we think that agriculture means land. There are multiple advantages of doing marine food farming, because it's not dependent on monsoon, it is not dependent on land acquisition, it is not dependent on anything. You only have to go, and they're actually very inexpensive. So one of the emerging things that for those of you who are interested in entrepreneurship, I would suggest that go for marine sources. With a long coastline here in the state and for a long coastline for the whole country, it's a great opportunity. The second issue that I would probably talk about, this is an audience that requires to be sensitized, that's about plant breeding. We need to recognize that agriculture is only 8,000 years old. We as species have been around for 1.8 million years, and we were simply eating everything that was widely available. So domestication of plants, particularly rice and other grains, happened only about 7,000-8,000 years ago. The rice was started primarily by the Chinese, and the wheat somewhere in Mesopotamia. And over the time, much of what happened with the wild rice or the wild wheat, we have made it in multiple ways high yielding varieties. How was it done for many, many centuries? It was done by a blind method of plant breeders. Those of you who are familiar with plant breeding will be able to tell you how exactly you breed. You simply cross blindly. What happens is that you end up analyzing what happens to the breed. And whatever is giving you high yield, whatever is giving you high insect resistance, pest resistance, and so on and so forth, you select out. And that's how we have been enhancing the food production over the last, particularly 1 century. But something dramatic happened about 30 years ago, since it's about biotechnology and its application for agriculture, is the ability to manipulate the breeding in a manner that you're able to do it very precisely, not by a conventional random breeding. So what you do is that pick a specific gene and you have ability to make. The technology is available. And there are many, many people who have started doing it in a commercial scale, not in this country as much, but I'll tell you a short story about it. Much of the plant breeding, in that sense, genetically modified food, or what you keep reading about in public media, is done by an American company called Monsanto, and that became an issue for many of the countries to depend on them for their seed, because what you get is a variety of hybrid where you cannot use the seed for the next progress, next cultivation. You need to go back to them. And so there has been a bad press for right reasons against an American multinational who have been the GM crop market. That has changed substantially. We are yet to adapt GM crop in this country, although very indirectly we are consuming GM crops. For example, the soybean oil that you consume everything is genetically modified soy, but it comes from Argentina and Brazil. We don't grow because our regulatory people have not done a good job so far. It has been going back and forth with the judiciary, but at some point it will happen. We have several genetically modified crops developed in India by Indian investigators, which are waiting for. The classical example is mustard. It's a country where consumption of mustard oil is very, very high, and you can increase the yield 3 times to 4 times with the GM mustard. We have not been able to introduce it in the country because of regulatory requirements. Unfortunately, much of this discussion narrative is taken over by the activists, but I suggest the professionals, please do start talking about it and sensitize people to a point. When I say sensitize people, it is the policymakers you need to take a call. So I'll leave you with these 2 messages. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay. So before he spoke about the marine thing. So, but we have not tapped the marine resources. If you see seaweed, seaweed has a lot of potential in the biotechnology sector. It is very happy. I am happy to know that Odisha is coming out with suppose you want to do seaweed. Even that also has a challenge similar to the land, because you need a leasing policy. That is the problem, because for mariculture you need to have a leasing policy. Orissa is coming out with a mariculture policy in the new amendment. Recently I had heard that they are going to come out with a mariculture policy. So take some of the experiences. We have a organization called Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture in Tamil Nadu. So they produce, using this technique, they produce all male scampi. Scampi jo apano janichanti, all male scampi karuchanti and uniform size re rauchi, and then it is also, the yield is 60% higher than the traditional farming. So this is one evidence which I have from the field. Apart from that, you would have eaten tilapia. You would have eaten tilapia macho khaitibe, that is available in the reservoirs. But there is something called gift tilapia. with his genetically modified farm tilapia. There also through tags, selective breeding is done, and the best animals are taken for culture. So we have seen this kind of evidence from in aquaculture also. As Mr. Ravindran has said, we need to explore more on this technologies and see that what is the level of technology availability in Odisha. And we need to see that how we can adapt best. So now we can invite the next speaker.
Yeah, sir, the next speaker is Dr. Nivedita Jena. She is from Institute of Life Sciences. She is the Chief Operating Officer of the DBT incubator there. I request Madam to be a bit brief.
Thank you, sir. I thank the organizers and Honorable VC as well as the other members on the dais to have me here. I'm very happy to be giving my views on how biotechnology can mitigate the challenges that agri and food sector is facing. You know, everybody has listed out the challenges that agri sector has been facing. Right now, it is time to adapt the technologies and bring new innovations so that the productivity in agriculture as well as the quality and healthier products in food sector can be coming in. So in terms of food sector, biotechnology is transforming in, contributing in processed preservation. Somebody mentioned there's a lot of problem in preservation, sir. I think D.V. Swami sir was mentioning about preservation of the frozen foods and then exporting it. I think biotechnology can take these problems and mitigate these challenges. And fortifying foods, this is an area where biotechnology plays an important role. Now, novel enzymes that are used for manufacturing efficiency, for fermentation technology, sir mentioned, Ranjit sir was just mentioning that we need to adapt a fermentation technology. I think Epicol sir from Epicol also mentioned these technology needs to be adapted. And I would request OUAT sir to help all the startups, innovators, students, or anybody who is interested to begin with, to give training on these kind of technologies so that we are ready to take it to the market. So the the main thing that I would say here is I would speak as a voice of the startups, as a voice of the innovators of Odisha. There is a gap. We have knowledge, we have resources, we have systems also there in their places, but the connectivity of all together is missing. So the people are ready to work. We have technologies, and because we have so many universities doing so many technologies, but then it ends up in the paper. It never comes back. So D.V. Swami sir was very rightly pointing out to Ranjit sir to give a lecture to the students so that it can be replicated. Models need to be replicated. So internships in replicating these business models by using the skill set that are learned in biotechnology or microbiology or agriculture needs to be emphasized more. So that is the voice that I would be saying. I have a lot of food startups and agri startups, incubated in the incubation center at Institute of Life Science. The major problem that they are facing here, or they need to mitigate the challenge here, schemes are there, but they are not aware of it. Even at an incubation center, we know the schemes are there. Who to approach, we don't know. When we go to government offices, we are not having a point of contact there. So my request to people at the policy level, people at the government level, to ease these access to each and every innovator who can take technologies to there. See, they are already facing difficulties in optimizing a technology and bringing to certain stage, and all people who are bringing biotechnology stuff to certain level, TRL level, they need more ease of processes so it can go to market. Either we need to have units with these expertise who can take these technologies to the market. So that's one request I would say. And of course, 3 points before I end. Priority I would mention is accelerate translation research, help students and faculties to use these skill set they are learning into translational research. Scientific discovery needs to be moved faster from fields to factories. And of course, second is strengthening the infrastructure. OUT has fermenters, but there are so many startups who are looking for fermenters, but we don't have access to them. Right? So then they're going to Chennai, they're going to Madras, they're going to Andhra, they're going to Gujarat to really manufacture these and come. The third point is the market confidence and adoption of all, which Dr. Ravindran has really put it very rightly, that GM modified crops or products that are coming, we don't have a market adoption for it. And I think we need to create that confidence in the startups or innovators that if you apply these technologies, these market adoption could be possible. I had a request to Sir from Epicol as well. We have startups who do not have, turnover in crores, but they are looking for space. MITS Biotech Park is there, but that's only there at Raigada. People from Cuttack, people from Khurda, Bhubaneswar, or these areas are still looking for space to create their facility, which is not there. So their turnover is like 1 crore or so, but then I think IDCO and other things are looking at a bigger number. So that is the biggest challenge that innovators are facing. So my take was like, I think all of us coming to one platform need to work together to facilitate each of the innovations that can reach to the market. So, sir from OUAT or Swami sir from the government or Epicol sir, all of them have their own portfolios. And if we can bring more of these stakeholders together and ease the processes, it'll be a great achievement. I think I've conveyed my message from the startups. That's where I would end. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I think she has narrated from innovation to incubation, then reaching up to entrepreneurship. The entire journey in a very nutshell. Thank you, madam. The next speaker will like to invite Professor Hudayanath H.N. Thatoi. Though his present identity is the director, Center for Industrial Biotechnology at SOA University, but he has a long root, a deep root, rooted into academic system of Odisha as a professor of microbiology, biotechnology in North Odisha University, and presently the director of Industrial Biotechnology at SOA University. Sir, with this, I request for your deliberation.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. I am Professor H.N. Thatoi, Director, Center for Industrial Biotechnology Research. I am basically a biotechnologist, retired from the public university, from MSCB University. And now I am heading this center, Industrial Biotechnology Research. I feel personally that enough research has been done in biotechnology field by a number of faculty in the state and country and worldwide. But the problem is how much our research are getting to transfer into the technology or then translated to the commercial level. There is a big gap. I personally feel that there are several constraints, but at the ultimate, our students, our faculties, they are disappointed at a stage that their research finding could not see the day of the light, or that cannot be translated for the benefit of the mankind. That is why this center has been started with a very noble objective to translate the technology, to translate the research R&D to technology and technology to field or the benefit of the mankind. And as you know, the biotechnology is very innovative and very technology-based subject. And now in worldwide, if you say the biotechnology, healthcare biotechnology is in the top, then followed by the agriculture and food and agriculture is one, food and agriculture biotechnology. Then comes the other branches. Okay, then in every field, we have certain problems, but we say that, yes, there is biofertilizer. So what is need to do? And again, so many research. No, biofertilizer of USA, biofertilizer of other places is not same as that of the Odisha. That is the problem. That is the biggest problem, biggest challenge in front of us. We have the biofertilizers. We require now biofertilizer. As you know, now with the crisis of the war scenario, Gulf War scenario, it is a very, very essential. Prime Minister has given a call that we should go for the biofertilizer. But really, we can meet the biofertilizer. We have spoken. We have this technology has developed so many years, but that biotechnology cannot now come to our help to replenish the chemical fertilizer. That is the big challenge. So commercial has to be intensified. How we can do commercialize? Unless we have a real kind of strengths, then how these strengths will be, whether these strengths are available, are really working or not? Is that any test? There is a big gap in all those aspects. And I think we have taken a very good initiative. We have our microbiologists in our center who are working here for isolating the native strains, evaluating them. And I'm very surprised to see, previously I had been associated with the microbiology as a microbiologist in biofertilizer experiment, but I found that they're doing well in the laboratory condition. But it will work such a excellent work in the field. I didn't know. Even the growth or yield increased, I think 40 to 60% more. So that was very encouraging, but it is only possible with the native strain. Then how to go for the native strain to the commercialization? Then we need all those equipments and entrepreneurship development, and train to our young people, young researchers to adopt the entrepreneurship and develop their own companies. And now this trend is going on. I think CRRI, OUT, they are also now providing such training, providing such technical know-how. But still then, we have to train the people in their mindset, train the students or the researchers in their mindset that, yes, they can be an entrepreneur, they can be a company owner, they can really gain profit out of that. Those models are really lacking in front of us. So let us try in that direction. So that is the one example I set before you, that there is a lot of things has to be done before we feel that our technology should be set to ready to serve the community. There are other areas, that is bioprocessing of food. Many fruits are available in our state. So those fruits are really need to be processing. So processing industry has to be developed very fast in our mangoes. Now this season is very mango season, but how was mango we are able to processing? Where is our processing units? No, there is nothing. In whatever we speak about technology, whatever we say about this thing, but in real sense, the processing units establishment is not taken very fast or not adequately done. Another aspect, the food processing with help of the probiotics. So now fortified the food or fruit beverages. So that is a very challenging now before us, because it is not only the quality, but also it has a health benefit. So in our laboratory at SOA, I think we are carrying out such studies in the laboratory, and we are proving that certain fruits like amla, so like carrot, other vegetables like carrot, beet, they can be fortified with help of the these probiotics. So those things are initiated at our center, and gradually we are trying to isolate more probiotics, isolating more such biofertilizer strains, and establishing their beneficial role, or then trying to transform it to commercialize. Then another very important aspect that we are connecting to industries, because industries are very need of such tested technologies. They have also their own technology, but that is not tested. So unless any technology is tested, so they cannot transfer it, or they cannot transfer to commercial level. So in this respect, our center is now really working. So I am just highlighting some of the pictures that we are working at our center. We are publishing, we are organizing international conferences, we are national conferences, workshops. We are also providing training to young scholars, and also students, postgraduate students, so that we are exposing them and igniting their young mind to this end. So we are doing a dual role. We are educating, we are transforming the technology, and taking our technology to the field, or to the societal benefit. So it's a holistic approach is needed. In that research, it is the unique center we have developed, where we have, this is a 2 years old center only, and we have developed the biofertilizers, the phosphate solubilizers, nitrogen fixers, zinc solubilizers, potassium solubilizers, and also we have developed the fortified the beverages, which are having many health benefits, and their bioactivity have been evaluated at our laboratory, and they are conformed to having much more health benefit, and companies are now connected with us, and we are transferring this technology to them, and we look forward that the biofertilizer, this thing, bioprocessing fruits can reach to our market very soon. Another area we have now recently, we have started also fish feed productions. Marine, for the fish, enhancing fish production, we need to develop the fish feed. Economically, that can be feasible, and that should be giving dual benefit, that helping the fish to get resistant to the diseases, or disease resistance capability, and also enhance their growth and vigor. So this fish feed, either it is a algal based fish feed, or some other organic protein based fish feed, that we are developing, we are testing. So these are some examples I want to present before you, that we are very sincerely we are working, and we are trying to take our.
We may conclude, please.
Yes, sir. And we are trying to take the next step of biotechnology research to the field level. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my work before you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a nice presentation. The next speaker is Professor Palok Aich, who is the Dean at Niger, Bhubaneswar. I will request Professor Aich for his deliberation.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizers. I come from also south, like many other people here, but south of Bhubaneswar, from an institute called NICER, which is located in Jatni. What I want to say that after listening to Professor Thatoi, I think I will echo one important thing. NICER is primarily a research institute where we produce fundamental research and students. We didn't have any mechanism to convert those science into product or something relevant or important in real-time market. So because of that, we started incubator called NICER Homi Bhabha Incubation Foundation. We are actually looking for funds. But saying that, some of the researches that we did in NICER translated into a company which is located in Bangalore, Initially, it also incubated in ILS Incubator Center. Dr. Nivedita Jena is here. So this is very interesting. What it taught us basically that if the idea is correct, you will find an investor. It's 2-year-old company. We have more than 20 people, and it's a health tech, digital tech, med tech, deep tech company. And what I'm trying to tell today is actually, I will skip many of the slides here. This core science and this particular FAB relevance. FAB means food, agro, and biotechnology relevance. So what you can see here, it has two different aspects I have put. One is a science core, other is that how we can actually translate them. Now I'll skip this one as well. I just want to show the Odisha's opportunity because of the time, FAB's 4 pillars. And these 4 pillars will take you not from farm to fork, also to the physiology and the functionality. How do we do that? I told you about Microbiotics, which is the startup that initiated it NICER without having any infrastructure, and it is actually thriving. This is the microbiome. Professor Thatoi already mentioned about probiotics. So what we want is the future of the food. And future of the food is something that microbiome-informed food that provides nutrition. Earlier, Professor Ravindran said about plankton, seaweeds, marine. So these are all included. When you talk about microbiome, it's not only the microbes that reside in us, it's the microbiome that would validate the health claims that would keep our farmers healthy, and to put the traditional ODA diets to fortify us. And saying that, it will open up a lot of biotech, agriculture, and industry. Now, I am not going to tell you in details here, there is no time, but I can tell you here, in NICER, my office has 1 entry, 1 exit. So you come there with your problem or without any problem with the intention that you want to create something. You want to translate, you want to generate an idea that you want to translate, you enter, you exit with a product. So this is what the NICER NHBIF is actually offering you. And what I want to show you now, these 4 proposals for actions. And these 4 proposals, the first is the OUAT NICER joint pilot. We can co-develop microbiome-based functional foods and nutraceuticals from local crops, which would lead to superfoods under this particular summit theme. Pillar number 2, microbiome and metabolomics translational hub. And this is a leveraging between NHBIF, the NICER Homi Bhabha Incubation Foundation, and the DBT ILS Bioincubator. FAB Startup Challenge. You do a lot of hackathon, startup challenge via this forum of ICC, dedicated startup challenges, and the policy and funding recognition, so that you ensure the summit's white paper and Bhubaneswar declaration explicitly include microbiome and metabolome foods and biomanufacturing as priority areas. So these are the 4 pillars. This has already been shared. So the final thing, Odisha has everything it needs. The missing piece is a structured pipeline that moves IP and trained people into FAB startups. So what we want, the science to move to the solutions, to the startups, to the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Students can ask questions. So 2 questions we'll take. 2 questions from students. Students can ask 2 questions, or we will ask you questions. So it will be like from one row I'll pick up, I'll then ask you to stand, and then somebody will ask a question to you. So no, first is students. In India, students should start speaking. If they don't speak, then young generation asiba kata na. खाली सोशल मीडिया रे रोइले हबो नहीं, इनविजिबल विजिबल है करी आगरे आसिबा कथा. Please, somebody please speak. See, so many experts are there, they will feel bad कि OUT रो students question पचारिले नहीं कोई करी.
Sir, all of them from OUT, they are from OUT,
Yeah.
Centurion,
Centurion,
Leeds,
all sorry, Centurion and other.
and
Please,
Utkal also.
Utkal
if I
also.
remember.
Please ask any question.
If you have listened, then hopefully you will be able to ask.
Yeah.
Mic diyantu,
mic diyantu तांको, mic diyantu. Good.
Say पछरे mic दिया.
मैं देखो तो बहुत सारा लोग पचारिले.
Hello.
Yes, please. You introduce yourself. Hope you are from OUT. It seems. Please introduce yourself.
And
Namaskar sir. Jai Jagannath. Mo Manas Ranjan Sahu, 4th year student from CIT OUT. Sir, my question is, we are developing so many things in the Bhubaneswar, but it's not reaching the village of Jaspur or Barampur or the rural sites of Odisha. What the students or what the highly dignified peoples of Odisha can do to bring these technologies to Odisha? And my second question is, how to eradicate the middleman in the food system? And sir, please answer. Please.
Okay.
I think you can answer.
So I think your question is the technology is not penetrating to the rural mass. So how to take it forward?
Second question is the middleman.
Obviously.
Middleman
In the supply chain.
You have done anything you can. You have done TraceNet. So that is one traceability where middleman can be actually easily
Eliminated or minimized.
Yeah, you can tell the middleman
So,
answer. Please.
technology from rural, it is not coming to the urban, right?
That is one thing.
That is one thing. So
From urban to, it is in the lab only. In the Bhubaneswar or universities, it is not going to the villages. So that is what he is asking.
So whatever the technology you have developed, how you have developed, as an individual you have developed, or through an institution you have developed, or through an incubation you have developed.
You are talking about general technology or you have developed a technology? General, he is telling generally.
So have you done any pitching in any of the hackathon or?
So, sir, I'm not talking about my own developed project. I'm talking about the projects developed by the students or any entrepreneur or any professor. It's not coming to the rural side.
Yeah, like we have Bayrak hackathon. So the student has to participate in the hackathon. Once it is validated, the idea is validated, you will be getting the fund from the government. Then you have to register a company. You have to make a sub product. So there are a lot of process are there. Hackathon, all India, it is a competition. So you have to be ready for the competition. So that is one point. And the second, coming back to avoiding the middleman, you have to form a group. That is the FPO sort of thing, like one district, one product sort of thing. So you have to sell it through direct consumers. That is through B2B market. You have to identify who is the buyer, that is the direct buyers, and so that you can avoid the middleman. Still, actually, middlemen are there. Middlemen are ruling India actually. Without middlemen, we can't break that barrier. Even I have my own e-commerce store, so I have my B2B. Then also the middlemen are coming up. They are buying and they are selling it they are buying in least price. Like they are buying in 160, 180, and they are selling in the market for 220, 300. They are converting into some value products.
Got the answer. The digital platforms are the way forward. The more the things are available on digital platforms.
So
now
I will also answer when I'm concluding also I'll answer. Yeah. So next question, one more question if somebody has.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosie Maharana. I'm from Mid School of
You are not audible.
Biotechnology.
You are not audible.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rosie Maharana. I'm studying in Mid School of Biotechnology, and I'm currently pursuing my master's in biotechnology. I wanted to ask if I were to pursue entrepreneurship after completing my master's, what are the ways that I could get funding in the field of food processing? And also, if I were to start a food processing plant or something like that, how do I make the products of Odisha comparable to export grade, export quality products so that we can export to the world, we can give it to the
I
world?
think MD Apicol will respond.
Thank you, Roji. It's
Thank you.
really encouraging to see someone asking that he's going to be an entrepreneur. And I'd be glad to brief in details, because this is a very preliminary question you are asking. The sector where you want to work also is being facilitated by Epicol's project. So funding would not be an issue. We would handhold also if you are really interested. And because your question is generalized, I will also give you a general answer that government has a solution to your ideas if you go and come to Epicol. So we will help you for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we will conclude. No, we will, because we don't have time. So we'll conclude. This will, we can engage later on also with the students. So first, you started with enterprise. I'll just answer because I will give you an example of a social entrepreneur. Okay. He has started, one of my friend, he started a foundation called Save Life Foundation. Tankara kon asuvida hella, his brother rastare accident aikari padile. But you know, on the roadside, if somebody accident helle, police case hebo, anya dinso kichi hebo kakiri, nobody would help. So his brother passed away. So he formed a foundation, social entrepreneurship. Enterprise money, it can be a social entrepreneurship also. I'm giving an example. Because he knew the problem. For any entrepreneurship, we need to get exposed to the problem very clearly, whether it is a social problem, economic problem, or political problem. Uber kon pai heich. Somebody would have faced challenge because tanku gotte jagaru ko paunchiba pai taxi ro asuvida houtibo. That is why a problem was fixed. So entrepreneur heba pai, we need to go to the society, understand the society's problem, then only we can become a good entrepreneur. Kali course kichi kari pata padaile, we will become consultants, but we can't become entrepreneurs. So this is one feedback I'll give. So now to go through, like I've heard everybody, I would just like to conclude based on my experience, which the university can take advantage of. First thing is, you may use technology, but if you have to sell it in the market now, whether it is export or domestic market, first thing is, I will tell about export market. Most of the markets are looking for sustainability. Suppose apano gote macho dharile se kouchanti whether this macho is not illegally caught. India ro gote quota achi ettigi macho dharibar achi samandare in your EEZ, and whether you are catching in your EEZ and what is the quantity, sustainability. They call it IUU, fishing pai IUU koanti regulations. I'll give you an example. America kohila, if India has to export marine products to shrimps, mainly shrimps re trawling huए. They said if you are exporting shrimps to America, then your trawler should have a turtle excluder device. Turtle jo achi, turtle trawler ru escape heba kata. Apona shrimp dariba, chingudi dariba time re, turtle should not die. Turtle should not be entangled. Because of that, in every year, we are losing 4,500 crore rupees. The average price of shrimp when we used to export to America in 2019 used to be roughly almost $8 to $10. Today, the farmers, fishermen are selling it at $3 to some other markets. So sustainability is very, very important. More than sustainability, markets are looking now for social accountability. recently got one US NGO, they had done some study in US, in India, and they came out with a report called Shrimp Harvest Report. Se kohile India re factories re and hatcheries re, we are using forced labor condition. Labor ku ठीक wages daunanti, labor ku forced labor karauchanti. So if you read in the newspaper, recently US told that they may impose a tariff of almost 12% on Indian products on account of forced labor. So you are producing a product at 100 rupees. Your competitor is also producing at 100 rupees, Ecuador, Darantu, some other product. Same product they are producing, they have no labor issues, but for you it will be 112 rupees. For them it will be 100 rupees. So your product will not be competitive. So sustainability is very important. Accountability is very important. And sir, more interaction jattigi fishery students sangare heichi. Majority of the fishery students don't know which country, which SPS and TBT issues are being faced. Because in university, you are taught very technical issues. Okay, this is fish row, emiti. You are only teaching biology. You are not teaching them trade. So unless you redesign your curriculum and start teaching not only biology, start teaching them commercialization of biology properly, then students will not learn. Because when the students, because we started a young professional program in Empeda, we pay them almost 60,000 rupees. But when the students came with their project report, when they had written in the CV, when I interviewed them and asked that, what is this? Most of them were superficial. They were not able to tell the answers because they had not gone to the field and they had not done a real project. So you can start designing from the first year itself a module on SPS and TBT issues. SPS and TBT issues will be for both plant and animal related. MPEDA officials are there, APEDA officials are there, and agriculture officials are. You can design a module. Second thing is, apart from these tariff barriers, because India has got this, you had heard news re Sunitibe, EU Sangare, we have done a FTA. We have done, we are going to have a FTA with US also. We have done a lot of FTAs. In the FTA, if you read the chapters, we will get duty benefit. But within those chapters, they'll put a lot of conditions. They're all related to quality, sustainability, and traceability. So they will give you 4% duty benefit. They'll say 0% duty heigala apanankara. Kintu you will not be able to export because there will be non-tariff barriers. So, because WTO, post-WTO jo heichi, the trade is not fair. The trade is in favor of the Western countries. If they want, they can put some non-tariff barrier conditions and they can ask you any question. So unless we are prepared, that is the future of food. We have to be prepared on this sustainability, social accountability. The second thing is there is something called HACCP. I would, like every person who is doing food should be doing a HACCP training. HACCP is a hazard critical control point thing. I think everybody does as industry. You identify the hazard in your whole process and try to fix that. Hygiene. Chicken tibo, chicken uncooked chicken, you can't mix it with some salad. Then you will get E. coli and you will food poisoning and people will die. So this HACCP training should be also made mandatory to your students who are into food business. And this also can be one of the aspect. Then coming to one question of middleman. See, middleman, it would not be possible for anybody to eliminate the middleman. Okay, in my experience, you need to regulate the middleman. You take out the middleman, then the whole value chain, there will be a problem. Because as middleman would be aggregating the middleman, because unlike other countries, India does not have some big factories, big farms. Like in Ecuador, one farm is 250 hectares. But in India, one farm would be 2 hectares. So for a factory to get that much material, it has to aggregate from somebody. So a factory can't go to each point. He will depend on a middleman. So what we did was, we came out with a under MPED, I am telling example, we have come out with an act, within the act, a regulation to register the middleman. To register the middleman and ensure that he plays fairly. He is not cheating them, or the quality is ensured. That is one thing. The next thing is, as Madam has said, internship. You need to have internship with a lot of industries, and projects should be done. And somebody also told about startup challenge. Startup challenge, when I also used to be the vice chancellor of BPUT. When we were in BPUT, we did a hackathon. We did a hackathon of 18 hours, and we said that this 18 hours will be treated as it's a credit. You get a 4 credit, right? 4 or 2 credits for your courses. So we said that if student is doing a hackathon, he will get a 2 credit or 4 credit, because he is sitting continuously 18 hours and doing something. So if you are doing hackathon, then give credit to the student in the university system. You have to give credit. So then within internship, you can't have internship just for few days. Like recently I had been to Attamalik. There Sambalpuri Sadi ro gote cluster karishanti. More Purana staff kichi. They were working with me in NRLM, Odisha Livelihood Mission re. They have mobilized almost 200 to 250 women and formed a cluster. And there they said that Azim Premji University students come and stay there for almost 1.5 months. Only if you go and stay with the farmers, fishermen, or the weavers, you interact with them, then only you understand the whole value chain. Otherwise, your knowledge would be superfluous. If you don't understand the problem, you will be just giving some, like, joro is not a problem. Fever is not a problem. But fever hele kon karuchu ame? What do? We give paracetamol, but that is not a treatment. That is just a symptom treatment. Fever hei paribo bacteria pai, fever hei paribo viral pai, fever maybe for n number of reasons. So we need to diagnose the problem. So unless you go and stay in a village, go and stay with villagers, farmers, fishermen, you can't understand. That is one thing. And one of our colleagues also spoke about nutraceuticals. I have seen in field that there are many entrepreneurs these days who are working on waste to wealth. Semane kon karanti, like I'm telling the fishery sector, fish ro scales nebe, shrimp ro waste nahi kari, they are doing collagen, chitosan, a lot of nutraceutical things which they are taking from the waste. And that will be more valuable than the fish itself. If you sell a fish, the collagens, 1 kg collagen cost will be almost, normal collagen would be around 6,000 rupees. Some medical related collagen will be, somebody was telling it's almost 70,000-80,000 rupees, which they can. So, lot of waste we are just throwing. Lot of potential is there in this waste also. So this is the circular economy thing. This also needs to be focused. Then somebody told about branding. Because Orissa has a lot of organic things also. So organic, then like Chilkaro crab, mud crab, or Chilkaro, we have specific things. So we can brand also. These are some of the things which I have observed. So I hope the students get benefit out of this, and this should not be the end. We should have, for Murunga only, we should have one more small workshop. Specific workshop based on this, and very focused workshops we should have, so that we can understand the value chain and fix the problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We should not stretch it more. Thanks to the patience of students and all participants, the delegates, and sincere thanks to the speakers who have been able to deliver it and also open up the discussion. We'll break for the lunch. There may be little formality.
Absolutely. Conjointly, we hosted and discussed the 2 pillars, the future of foods as well as the biotechnology as a multiplier, agriculture and food processing. Now I would like to request Professor Prabhat Kumar Raul, the Vice Chancellor OUAT, as well as Mr. Sriram Panda, the Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC, and MD, MITS Mega Food Park, to kindly please felicitate our fellow panelists. Now would like to give a token of thanks to Sri D.V. Swami, Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha, with a big round of applause. Sir, with a lot of insightful values and examples of the real-time situation that he has given that nobody else could give, a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Would like to felicitate Sri Subhranshu Mishra, MD Apicol, Government of Odisha. As he said, food is the Ganga, the main source code where we all need to focus on the local snacks and its production. Next, we are moving on to felicitate Sri Ranjit Kumar K, the founder, AVKR Moringa Promise Wellness, OPC Private Limited. So we need your help. Odisha need your help practically. Thank you so much for stating the traditional and the healed body one. Now we are going to felicitate Dr. B. Ravindran, the director, and Genex India Private Limited, who derived for the marine food farming as it depended on the monsoon or land. They don't depend it, and as a beginner, entrepreneurship can be learned from him. We are now next going to felicitate Professor Hridayanath Thatoi, the Director, Center for Industrial Biotechnology, SOA, deemed to be university. Thank you so much for highlighting the biofertilizers which could be experimented and needs to be improvised and further needs for the growth. Dr. Nivedita Jena, Chief Operating Officer, DBT ILS Bioincubator. Ma'am, thank you so much for pointing out the food startup technology which could be incubated in the certain schemes has to be highlighted by the policymakers. Professor Palok Aich, the Dean, R&D, School of Biological Sciences, NISA BBS. Sir, thank you so much, sir, for precisely mentioning about the collaboration with your institute, the startup challenges, the policy and the funding recognition that can be done through you and your institution for the fellow members or the future entrepreneurs. So with a big round of applause, we are going to wind up the two sessions. Thank you everyone for having the patience. We are already running late. So thank you to all the dignitaries for your valuable time. We are signing off. Yes. For all the students, the bus is waiting for you. You can board the bus for your lunch and we will get back right at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
I will just request